Hello. Oh, no camera. Where's camera gone? Where has camera gone? Oh, well, we'll go straight over to this one then. But, welcome to another Tomato Sauce stream. Today, we're going to be using the final of our new decks that we got from the new deck build box. And that is the Volcano Dragon deck. Now, Volcano Attack Dragon is a bit crap. Like, the main appeal of this card individually, without thinking about the skill, defense is quite nice, right? 2000 defense is quite good for playing around shield and sword and shield. Other than that, it's naff, right? It's a bit crap. So, I mean, it's fine, right? But it's not good. The skill does kind of make it semi-good, right? Blaster's Inferno, giving it an extra 600 attack is actually kind of good, right? 2900 attack is a very relevant number, as well as the fact we can boost Fire Guardian up by 600, putting up to a 29, and then 27 on the Fire Guardian, which again is good. We've seen that the Servant of Dawn skill has been doing quite well, using basically a similar skill, right? The whole point of Servant of Dawn is just to give that a little bit of attack boost, and we can get that attack boost on two monsters that are not too bad. The actual major problem this deck has is exactly this. We can only play one Dragius, and that is a big weakness for this deck. I think realistically, this slot has to be Dragius, right? Contains one or less level 5 or higher non-fire attribute monster, and obviously Dragius is a light monster and thus not a fire monster. It's... I would like this deck to be good, but I feel like it's worse than Servant of Dawn, because you can just play 3 Dragius in that. And it's worse than aggro, because you can just play 3 Dragius in that. So the only real gain you get from this build is the ability to search out Dragon's Inferno, which is okay. But I don't think that's better than having 3 copies of Dragius in your deck. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about this deck. I'm not expecting it to do super well, but I think it will be fine. So, who we got? We got Grand Harrier in the chat with the first. We got Dragzim with the first. We got Mechlord with the fourth. Welcome on in, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day so far. And hopefully we're going to win some Rush, because the last stream we did, actually, I think the very last one we did, we ended up playing in the Angel Cup, where we took second place in the tournament, which was pretty good. But before that, when we were playing on ladder, we got a bit of a loose streak because we were playing the semi-ruler deck, which is... now, if we're talking about a struggle streak deck, the semi-ruler deck is definitely it. So, the emote is when you start Tomato. Rush down. I have only a few hours to get to Cog, and I may not go for it. Ooh, not going to go for it. I mean, you don't have to, right? It's just one of those... It's... The deck's bad. Alright, we'll address that in a sec. First off, I think you don't have to go for Cog every season. I think it's nice to, but if you're finding it more frustrating, especially getting that 5 in a row, just don't bother with this. It's not worth, like, the unnecessary stress. Second up, when it comes to the deck being bad, Semi-Ruler in general, in fact, we'll bring it up quick so we have it on screen for context. But Semi-Ruler is garbage, right? As a monster in general, right? The issue this card has is that you have to send a card from your hand to the graveyard. Now, the logic is, well, if you're summoning out a level 5 or 6 monster, that discard is basically the tribute, right? And that logic does work out quite well. But it's still not worth playing a bunch of crap, right? Like, Urashima Sage is most of the time going to be quite bad without this semi-ruler skill. Playing 0 attack monsters that don't do anything, basically. I mean, like, it does do something, but, like, nothing impactful or nothing crazy strong, right? Even if it does come out as an 1800, even if this was just an 1800 monster, like, without even having to use semi-ruler, it would still be a bit mid just because its attack is so low, to be honest. Semi-Ruler, I think, was trying to be forced to be balanced around summoning out level 7 and 8 monsters, because if you send just one card from your hand and you cheat out a 7 or an 8 monster, you're effectively getting that monster at a discount, right? But that monster is still going to be really crap during your opponent's turn, so you need a skill to basically allow it to do anything, of like any real relevance. We did talk about in our deck, or in our predictions video, that you could use Semi-Ruler with like Dahut and with the Throne of Darkness, but even that requires so much setup for payoff that is basically just kind of almost just worse than 7XL Road, which we've had since the start of Rush coming to Duel Links. So I'm just like, is that even really worth talking about? I don't know. Semi-Ruler is just bad. I think if you wanted this deck to be good, this skill had to do so much more heavy lifting, right? We needed to not get rid of a card from our hand. That desperately needed to happen. We needed to just not shuffle a card. We needed to just plus. I've seen Manicus throw around that we should reveal the Semi-Ruler to search out any level 6. I don't dislike that, but the only problem with that version of the skill would mean we'd have less cards in our hand that search out other things. Whereas the way this is arguably more consistent because we can run 4, 5, 6, as many level 6s as we want, and then use those to search out the 3 copies of Semi-Ruler. So we have more searchers than searchees, right? That's why I kind of prefer it like this. On top of the fact that this deck still struggles to get through set 3 pass. Now that is a problem that a lot of decks have, but again, we've had skills like the Harpy skill specifically designed to say, you struggle with set 3 pass, don't worry bro, I got you. I feel like that's the benchmark moving forward, where now any deck that doesn't have an ability built in to be able to get your opponent's life points now needs the skill to do that for you. And any skill that doesn't do that is now feeling a little bit underwhelming. So, I don't know. It's bad. It's straight bad. Let's have a look. 55 streak. Yep, Zaki boys. Dragson is our most dedicated viewer. He's been here since the start. I think me and Dragson originally met when I was, I think, my very, very, very first COG climb. We dueled against Dragson like 2 or 3 times on the way up. And then, you know, found the stream, started chatting, and then he's been here ever since. Semi-Ruler trash can. They're gonna buff the skill, trust me. What we have in the history, the very short history of Rush duels on Duel Links, only had one skill buffed in any meaningful way. And that was the Servant of Dawn. And even that, I think there is an argument to be made that that's just the new aggro, right? So, like, I don't know. I would like to see a lot of the old skills buffed, but I think what's more likely to happen is that we're going to... Wait, we meet in game? Yeah, we played against each other a few times, like, literally 5 months ago, Dragson. I didn't say it would be a meaningful buff. I think what's more likely is they will replace the skill. They will, in the future, bring out something else, like that's a 0 attack monster or fits in with that strategy, and they will straight up just be like, here's a new and improved skill. Because that's something we see in Speed quite a lot as well, right? That rather than, you know, keeping one of the old skills up to date, they just replace it with a brand new one. Hello, how is everybody? Hello, Sir Pumpkinickle. Welcome on in. I'm great. We haven't actually started playing yet. Actually, I suppose before we do start playing, we should probably go and take a look over at Duel Links meta, because this is something we kind of do. There's sort of news, right? It's not like super real news, but there is sort of news. And the first bit is that we now have, I don't know if this was already announced, but we have an actual date for both Rush and Speed Duel Worlds, well, specifically the qualifiers, which is pretty cool. I don't know if I'm going to push for this, because this is almost certainly, almost 100% confirmed. This is going to be the same format as the GRF and KC Cup, and I just don't have enough time to commit to that. I have other commitments. I have like actual work to do on top of like keeping up with like the YouTube stuff and the streaming stuff, which is all kind of on the side. But like I have too many like commitments to like do this. So as much as I would love to, and I did actually in the last GRF play a lot more than I was expecting to. We actually did play, like, the first day we spent, what was it, like 6 hours, second day a lot less, and then the third day we basically didn't play at all. We did manage to stick in that top 100 for the first 2 days, and then we just fell out of it in the third day because we didn't play basically at all. which was a bit of a shame. But I was like, in order to stay in that top 100, I would have had to put a lot more time in that I just did not have. So it's like, what can you do? Vacation life. Unfortunately, because of the work I do, that's not really an option, which is a bit of a shame. But it's not the end of the world, right? At the same time, I think playing in the GRF was a ton of fun because constantly playing against people that are at a high level, like I was constantly playing against people in like the top 50 just over and over and over again. That was so much fun, right? It was so enjoyable to play against people at that skill level and play against only the top decks. And you learn so much. Like, I played, for the most part, the Hell Tuning Evasion, and I learned so much about all the different matchups. I got to the point where me on HTI, I could beat pretty much every Overlord player I played against because I just learned the matchup so well. I knew when I could push. I knew exactly how much damage I could get in. It was to the point where I'd be like, okay, you'd have to draw exactly all 3 pieces as the maximum and have a TSA and be able to deal with my back row. If you can do all of that, I lose. Otherwise, I have won the game. And like, because of that, every time I went against an Overlord player, it was just a free win. HTI Mirror as well, like I got to learn that matchup really, really in depth because just playing that many games in such a short space of time, you just learn it, right? And again, really, really enjoyable. But if ever I am going to burn out, it would be in the course of playing like 72 hours straight, right? That is the point where I would just burn out. And then, not Rushdoll news, but we did get a tier list update, which is pretty cool. This is an interesting one, because obviously the only... outside of when I'm actually playing speed, which is usually during like rush downtime, which, speaking of which, we probably will be playing some speed maybe next week. Considering, you know, I don't think we can have a new product for a while. But I don't see Shadow like a ton in like the tournaments that I watch. Like, I'm not saying it's not there, because it is. But like, I wouldn't have predicted this became a tier 1 threat. Again, I'm not a speed guy, so all the speed guys in the chat, you probably have a much, you know, you probably have your finger on the pulse a lot more than I do, but I didn't expect this, and I was less expecting this. Blue Eyes getting dropped out of tier 1. This surprised me, because Blue Eyes is everywhere, people are always complaining about it, people were surprised it didn't get hit on the latest ban list, so curious that's dropped down. And then down here again, TG. Again, I think TG hasn't been seeing as much representation. Now, obviously, there was the Grands tournament yesterday where Sky Strike was in the finals. But, you know, you can't just say this deck was in the finals, therefore it's top tier. There is a lot more, you know, involved there. When did this happen? This tier list dropped... Is this today? No, yesterday is when this tier list dropped, I believe. And the tournament we talked about was yesterday. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one that TG's kind of dropped down. So I do quite like the TG deck. Shiranui is by far my least favorite deck right now, and that is entirely based on their trap card. I think if they got rid of their annoying trap, I already forgot what it's called. As far as I can just like look at it. But if they got rid of their trap card, this one, Samsara, then I wouldn't care about Shiranui. But because of that, it is exactly one card. It is really annoying to play against. And then High Potential, Phantom Knights, and Braid Raptor. I hope these decks are both good. I really like both these decks. I think they're both really, really fun. I think they're both really, really cool. I don't really know the Duel Links versions of the decks, as in, like, with the new cards they've gotten, the cards they already had. Obviously, it's a different card pool, as well as the skills. But I would expect them both to be quite good. I've seen Icy play quite a bit of Phantom Knights. I haven't seen a ton of Braid Raptor, though. So I'm interested to see where, like, that's going to go. And then Mayakashi and Tenyi falling off the list. I still think these decks are really, really strong. Are they really, really strong at the tournament level? Again, I'm not the person to say that, but I do think these decks are still good, even if they're falling off the tier list. That's, like, my opinion. No, let we keep our trap. No. If we could just get rid of that trap, it would be great. We don't have Waboku for a reason, right? We don't need a searchable Waboku, okay? I'm just saying. And it's a continuous. It's Waboku, like, every turn, right? I hate that card so much. But... enough of that. Oh, and by the way, we do have some new emotes. We did go through and change some of them. Dragon showing some off now with the hangry emote. They're there. Enjoy them, I guess. And now we're just going to hop in. We'll just go and play some Fire Dragon deck and see what happens. Again, we're not expecting this deck to be, like, garbage, but we're not expecting this deck to be really, really good. We're expecting to do mediocre to bad against any of the actual, like, strong decks, but we are expecting to do okay against some of the weaker decks, I guess. That's kind of what we're looking for. Just run Jinzo to counter your annoyance. But then I've got to play Jinzo, right? And it's like... Oh, our first game, we run into Brad just immediately. Okay. So this is I think our very first game with this deck as well. So we're probably going to misplay at least a few times. But we'll see what happens. We definitely don't need this. Probably don't need this. We won't need this either. There's no point in tributing out, so we'll just pass on that. Alright, let's see what Brad's got for us. No idea what Brad's going to be on. Last I heard from Brad, he was playing Noodles, but he's probably going to be playing a different deck to try and get footage for a new video. So this could be the mirror. It's looking likely to be the mirror. Two big boys. So the issue with this setup is we can't actually easily deal with what he's put up without drawing one of our own Fire Guardians. Or we could just draw Dragius. That works too. Slam for 8. Then we can get in for a big chunk. Or we play it safe. Summon, tribute that out, get that out. Or we just summon this. I could use its effect, get back a +1 body. It makes the crack back a lot worse is the only issue. So I could just 1/2 that, leave that in hand as the only monster, or we could try and maintain the Karibot. I think we maintain the Karibot. Right. We'll summon, activate the effective carrier. We'll grab back Lamoon. We're going to go ahead and get out the Dragius because we want him in the graveyard basically as soon as possible, so Phoenix Dragon can just keep getting him back. Then we can activate his effect. We'll normal summon Lamoon, and I think we are just going to normal summon Essel. I think we're going to hold this in hand because it's better for dealing with whatever he does on the next turn. And we're just going to get him for some big damage. Then we just pass. We can't look at our trap now, so let it be. Dragon time. I think you're the only Rush main I've ever seen on Twitch nowadays. There are some, they just stream at different times. I'm generally the only Rush main that streams at this time of day. Usually a lot of the other players are playing a lot later. You know, they'll play more US friendly times. Okay. Ooh. Why are we using Crawling Torso effect? Unless we know that our deck is top heavy, and therefore just having that is just going to make things a little bit more consistent. Okay. So we've got an easy 1300 damage on board. I can crash, and then I kind of want to hold the Karibo again. Alright. We'll summon. Activate the effect. Grab back Lamoon. We'll summon Lamoon. We'll go ahead and tribute 2. Summon out the boy. I'm going to summon. Summon. Activate Blaster's Inferno. Boost him up. We'll grab out the Dragon's Inferno. We'll just go ahead and set that. We'll go to battle. We'll swing over this. Swing into here. Get him for the 14. Now, is there a world in which we just die here? He would have to summon Dragius. Attack directly. As well as 2 15s would probably be the best you could get. Which would not be lethal. Okay. We're probably fine. If he just goes all in defense, which he's not going to. Okay, so he has got the Volcano Attack Dragon. So he could use the skill. He knows what our back row is. Or at least he should know what our back row is. Unless he thinks we're playing mind games with him. Don't play it safe, YOLO. I'm UK, so I only ever see you. Metlord is farming Rush at the Mo, though. Hello, Mr. Tomato. Hello, Sakadetsu. Welcome on in. Yeah, Metlord is a really great streamer as well. We really do like watching MechLord's content. It's a bit of a shame that we stream at the same time, because again, if I if I wasn't streaming, I would probably be watching MechLord right now. Ah, 600 damage. We take the 11, and then we take the 25. Not ideal. I completely missed that. Did he use his skill? Yes, okay, so we know what his face down card is. Ooh. So that is just lethal then, right? This is like super lethal. Because we can summon that, attack over that, and that's just game. We don't need to do anything crazy. I mean, we'll show what we can do though. We'll activate Kuribot. Grab this back. We will set this. Normal. Activate the effect. Throw this away. Grab back. Multi-strike Dragon Dragius. Tribute 1. Tribute 2. Summon out the boy. Flip this over. Pop that. Tribute over this. Activate the skill. Boost this up. Use the effect, because why not? Alright, we have lethal. We are kind of like silly buggering a little bit. But I always like to play out the turns as efficiently as possible, because the games when I don't do that are the games when I lose. Just randomly to like nothing. I mean, we'll save the replay. That was an okay one. Never know, maybe we'll make Brad's... I should have liked that as well, actually. Although, again, I've been told it is bad manners to like after you win a game. Hey, Brad. GG, buddy. Unfortunately, I think I did just get a little bit luckier there on the draw. So, has anyone else know this? Is this like a well-known thing? That if you give them a nice after you win, is that BM? So Grand is definitely a believer. Hey, I didn't like it. Now, I wanted to like it, but then, after I had already forgotten... Only if you crush them. I mean, I did not crush Brad there at all. That was relatively quite a close game. It was just... Like, if I didn't draw a boss monster at the end, I wouldn't have been able to win. Right? So... If it's genuinely close, it's okay. Okay. We've got to learn the, what's the word? I don't want to say, like, minutia. We've got to learn the, why am I really struggling with this? Etiquette, I guess. We've got to learn the Duel Links etiquette. Right, we'll pass on that. I only like people that take a loss, play anime decks, or combat. When you say take a loss, do you mean like they don't surrender? No, the BM is stalling when losing. I mean, but if you're stalling to try and win, then I think that's fine, right? Speaking of which, that is an interesting one. That don't surrender. So, right. Let's break this down a little bit. So, when it comes to not surrendering, my mentality has always been, as a TCG player, right, as someone that plays physically, has always been, when the game is over, and both players know the game is over, you just scoop and go next, because it saves everyone's time. Like, it respects people's time. But, playing online, I've seen a lot more people say things kind of the opposite, where they're like, no, I want the satisfaction of, like, winning. Do I do that? There's no reason to, right? Because if we summon out these three, we just have an extra card in our hand for, like, no reason. 12 beats that. That gets over that. I guess we just don't bother. Alright. Tribute over this. Summon out Dragonite. Summon out Lamoon. Activate our skill. Boost this up. Go to battle. Swing. 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 Keep in mind they'll only see the nice if they nice shoot in return. Oh. Okay. Yep, don't surrender. Okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about just now. What's the other thing we can talk about? Oh yeah, the stalling. So there is a... It's not really one deck. It's kind of an ideology of people playing... Oh, that's pretty rough for us. People playing decks that's main goal is to maximum summon. And the way they prioritize maximum summoning is that they kind of just play a very stally kind of strategy. I mean, we just let this go, right? I don't think I care. I think we'll just take all this damage, that's fine. Let's just toggle that off. And it's not great to play against, but at the same time, it's not really a... It's not a problem with the players, it's kind of a problem with, like, Konami, in a weird way, right? They've made this way, and they're almost incentivizing that the game be played in that way. This is a little bit awkward. I don't really want to have all of this in my hand. Well, I could shuffle a load of this stuff back, that's not bad. I could also use this. Discard that, get that back. That's probably... Is that better? No, because I still only have 2 monsters. That doesn't change anything. So... Either way we do this, we're only going to have 1 monster. That kind of sucks. I don't want to have just 1 monster. Alright. All set. Set. I'm going to tribute both of these. Summon out the boy. We're then going to flip over our Talismanic Seal Array. We're going to go ahead and put some of these back into our deck. I specifically want you, you, and probably you. It doesn't really matter what we weaken. This gets extra bodies back. This is the biggest. Alright, we're going to weaken this one. Set. Activate the skill. We're not going to get the search, because there's no reason to. Go to battle, and we're just going to swing this. Oop. Then we'll pass. Let's read up. So... Bro, we've been learning math and reading this children card game. I don't want to learn ethical too, but I still get nice even when I'm not nice them back. Yeah, that's something I've noticed as well, so... Satisfaction of winning are the same people that make plays that waste time when they're obviously won, in my opinion. So, a good example of that would be just now against Brad. Like, I had lethal, but I was playing things out how I would if I didn't have lethal. But I do that specifically because I don't want to get into the habit of, like, thinking I have game and then I don't. So, even though there was no possible way I could have not won because there's no hand traps in this, right? There's no graveyard effects. Like, it didn't matter. But I still played it out just as, like, my old man brain doesn't, like, start playing wrong, I guess. I think people view it differently in games online because what will happen, especially something like Master Duel, is that you'll spend 5 minutes doing a huge combo board just for your opponent to draw their card. See, they didn't pull a board breaker and then scoop. So, like, did you really have a good game? Player 1 basically can feel like I don't get the satisfaction to see what my deck does when it pops off. I've always been of the mindset that as long as I've won, the rest of it doesn't really matter. But then again, I understand that just because that's my point of view doesn't mean that's everyone else's, right? Like, it would be very poor form of me to just be like, well, I don't mind it, so you shouldn't mind it either. I can flip this over to get the extra... I mean, we have lethal, right? We just have lethal. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's just annihilate. Guess we'll just set this. Go to battle, swing him. There we go. We didn't spin plates. I mean, setting that card we didn't need to do, but we did it because again I'm really scared of just randomly losing. We'll save that replays. That was not bad. If you win and give somebody a nice, they don't see it unless they also nice you. But if you lose and give them a nice, they'll see it regardless. If you win and give somebody a nice, they don't see it. Okay. Yeah. I see. I usually got nice when I won, and I don't ever nice back. Loser didn't see winner's nice unless loser also nices. Winner always sees loser's nice. Which I guess does make sense, right? Because that way the loser has the ability to like tilt themselves if they want to, but they also have the control over just not doing that. If if people care about that. Damn must suck for all those people that give me free win and legacy deal. Set up trap in case opponent has Karibo. I mean, that's exactly it, right? I don't wanna risk it. GG, and yes, I did not think turn 2 through. Hey, Whistling Bird, welcome on in. Yeah, GG, man. Again, we've just had 2 really good games where we got very lucky. Like, obviously, we drew the widespread early. We had a consistent stream of boss monsters throughout all of those games. The only thing that went wrong for us is that we didn't have very many monsters to summon on that second to last turn. Other than that, that was like a perfect game for us. So, like, you know, I got lucky. What can I say? Now we're against Victor Weiss, playing something. Well, I think we're just going to go on the defense here. Yeah, went really nice. How do you like the skill so far? So, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's good. It's very middle of the road. I think it is strictly worse than both the Noodle skill and Servant of Dawn. I think the main problem with this skill is the restriction that just says on it, the deck contains 1 or less level 5 or higher non-fire attribute monster. And there is the Aegis. So we'll just wait for the Aegis to finish. Hey, we're against Noodles. The other question is, do I bother popping that? I don't think we do, right? It's a very ballsy activation there of extra spice. Yeah, the 1 Dragius limit really hurts. Like, obviously Noodles can't play Dragius either, right? But they get the +1 body every time they use it, which is really, really good. It also feels lackluster compared to the other dragons. Yes, I think that's always going to be the issue. There's nothing inherently wrong with the skill. It's just the other skills are better. So it's like, well, then why would I play it? How do I want to do this? Oh, we'll flip this up. We'll go ahead and fire off its effect. Right, that's 2 boss monsters in Grave, which is not actually a bad thing, because let's now set up the graveyard for Phoenix Dragon. Then, we want to get this out. I kind of don't really want to Essel anymore. I also do kind of want to Essel. The issue is, if I Essel, then I'm basically committing to like leaving Essel face up. Which isn't inherently a terrible thing. Right, let's summon out Essel. Let's activate the effect. We're hoping to get a light. Okay, we got a light. So now I'm going to summon out Seahorse. I don't really think we need to use it, to be honest, though. Like, having an extra body in hand doesn't actually do much for us. In which case, getting that light into graveyard didn't actually do anything. But that's fine. We'll just tribute these out. Get this. Summon. We'll go ahead and use Blaster's Inferno. Boost this up. We will go and grab a Dragon's Inferno. We'll then activate Dragon's Inferno. And out of character, we will hit the middle one. Okay, Slime is a good card to hit. We're just going to set this. And then we're going to see if we can't get in. Okay, looking good so far, which means that back row is probably going to be the Noodle art. Now, as long as we maintain Widespread Ruin, we should, quote-unquote, should be okay. We'll see what happens. I've been playing with your Noodle deck for a few days now. Put 2 Earthbound traps that let me pick attack target for my opponent, and it saved my big eyes a lot of the time. Yeah, Earthbound is so good. Yeah, so in my actual current version of the deck, I am actually playing Earthbound Spirit. I'm only playing 1 copy of it, but in the current iteration of the deck, we have moved on to Earthbound ourselves. Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, I would like to keep my Talismanic Seal Ray, but I'd much rather keep the other one. This has got to be a tribute, right? Wait, are we not tributing? There's no reason at all to use this, right? There's literally no reason at all. Now, has he drawn into his widespread here is the question. Ooh. That is interesting. But we always set that. We discard that. Right, we're going to summon out the Phoenix. Activate the Phoenix. Discard the Lamoon. I just kind of want the Dragius back. There's no reason to take anything other than Dragius back. Then... guess we're doing this. I don't really want to get rid of both my Phoenixes, but it is what it is. Summon this. I'm not going to bother using the shield and sword. You know, it might have been lethal. I haven't done the math. Alright, does he have? Doesn't have it. So, we're going to maximize damage output. We are going to respect that he might have a 1400 butt. We'll get for the 14. Okay, so it would have been lethal if we had used shield and sword, but we just couldn't be asked to do the math, so we didn't. That's kind of where we're at right now. Especially against Magnum. Yeah, it is so good. Prismatic Dragius is so beautiful. Yeah, I quite like it. I've never been a huge fan of prismatics in general. I think it looks a little bit tacky, but I don't know. I think Dragius and a couple of others do look really nice. Right, so this is probably going to be the big push turn. Probably use the skill here. Grab back another card. I mean, your lead is big enough. There is no shield and sword. Is also a sure win for next turn if they push. I mean, that's the hope, right? Is that our back row stops him from being able to kill us. Because I would expect he's going to use this effect. Oh, okay, we're just going to go triple. Because I'm going to assume that this back row is probably the Noodle Art. Yeah, so we are fine then. But if we didn't have this trap, we would lose it. Okay, so I mean, we can make his attack 0 and then just attack. We don't have to do anything. We're not going to look at our hand. Go shield and sword. Go get him, champ. Alright. And then we'll remember to give a nice this time. We will remember to do it. We will still keep forgetting that, but we will remember to do it now. Would they have won with only one Old Spice? I'd have to do the math. I don't know, to be honest. It would have been close, because it would have been an extra body, which means the two effects would have got, like, an extra bit, rather than, like, an extra effect on a less body. Those kind of surrenders don't get a nice from me. I mean, again, I don't mind. Especially on ladder, like, the only time I find losing on ladder is actually frustrating is when you're, like, 4 out of 5 on a streak, right? And you're just about to, like, cog. And then it's just like, ugh, I've got to keep going. And it's not even because, like, the act of replaying those 5 games is bad, because you're going to have fun doing it. It's because you were so close to getting that, like, that catharsis almost of finishing the grind and then being told, nope, do it again. Right, well, we'll set our 3-0 defense monsters and then see what our opponent has for us. Is this going to be another Volcano Attack Dragon deck is the question. Looking unlikely. This is probably Resonance then. Is that a Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike? 3 more seconds to rush. Exactly. Exactly. Top of deck. Okay, top of deck's always a little bit scary, because that means good stuff is there. Probably putting at least 1 Tribute Monster back on top. Possibly 2. I mean, not the most imposing board, but it will do the job. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Alright, let's see what we get. Not the most interesting hand, not gonna lie, but it does do things. So I'll go Seahorse. Activate Seahorse. Bring back La Moon. Go ahead and set this. We'll then Tribute 2 off. 1 and a 2. Summon out the boy. Well, normal. Normal. Set. Activate the skill. The question is, do I want the search? I almost don't want it right now. It comes down to, like, Slayer and shit. I think we will search it, because if nothing else... I should have done it before I set, really. Because now this tells me exactly where it is. But I really would like to maintain one of the two. And it's unlikely he's going to, like, double Slayer. Okay, we clear the whole board. He knows what his top 3 cards are. I just had an opponent drawing 9 cards and then surrendering. Yeah, sounds about right. IRL surrenders makes sense though, no reward for loss. I mean, yeah. Only the event stuff that does not matter if you play more than 3 anyway. Or am I missing something? I mean, I don't know. As someone that effectively is now a Duel Links content creator, obviously I'm Rush Duel, but like it's mostly Duel Links now. I know surprisingly little about actually how Duel Links works. I keep having people come in and they'll be like, oh yeah, we're expecting a box at like this time, and I'm like, if you say so. That's not great. And a TSA. Okay. I don't know if I mind the TSA here. Like, to me, using a TSA this early is just like, I just want to get as much damage in as I physically can. But like, if I put up something he can't beat later, then you've just wasted your out. I suppose if you said it though, I do just pop it, so I can respect it from like that angle. 3,100 life points is not a great spot to be in. Ooh, that is also not very good. I'm gonna have to use the TSA. I could also use that to get that back. We got that as well. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. How do we want to go about this? I could summon out both 2 bosses. That clears the whole board. It still isn't like an impenetrable board though. Or we don't summon out 2 bosses. And instead, we just kind of get aggro on him. Alright, let's go Essel. Activate Essel. That's kind of fine. Then... are we summoning out the other Essel, or are we summoning out the Karibot to be sacked? Either way, we're trying to maintain one of these. I think we're going to get rid of the Karibot. I'm going to Tribute 1, Tribute 2. I'm going to summon out the Essel. I'm going to activate the Essel. We're then going to activate the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And we're then going to activate the TSA. Then, from our graveyard, we're going to put this back in. We're going to put one of these back in. We're going to put this back in. And then, do I even want the other? I think we're probably fine taking this. We can just weaken this. Go to battle. We will swing into this. Now, how greedy do we get? This is an okay chance of having a big defense, but we're going to slam into it anyway. Okay, we're fine then. Our greed paid off. We'll get him for that 25. And we'll just pass. Okay, we got him down to 11, but we also could just die here. We could just die here. Maybe they are playing around battle traps. I mean, they definitely could be. I don't know why you... It's a weird one though, right? A lot of the time people aren't even on battle traps right now. I think it was more just he knew he had the Dragon's Inferno, so he didn't want to set it and just lose it. Right, Bunker Strike. So is this him digging for something specific? Is this lethal? Use that effect, boost that up. That's going to go up to 20. So that's 300, 800, 300. Which is 11, 14, and then 15. So I should be alive. Unless I've mathed wrong. Oh, he can't attack even. That's very funny. Go! Shield and sword, which I didn't even actually need. I also could have summoned out the Karibot, but again, it does not matter. Guess we'll just take the Dragius. There it is. Okay, we're actually getting some decent replays as well. Not only are we on a bit of a win streak, but also we're played against completely different decks every single game, which is really nice. Now, to be fair, of those completely different decks, at least 2 of them have been aggro decks, or dragon decks. No, 3 of them are dragon decks. We played against Resonance, Ancient Forces, and Volcano Attack. We've literally played against everything. Hey, Sean. Welcome, welcome on in. What we should do, because this is something we always fail to do, is give... I'm pressing all the wrong buttons, because I'm actually terrible at this. Oh, don't do that to me, Twitch. Don't do it. Alright. We will get this going. We will do this. There we go. We give a shout out to Sean. Because Sean always gives us shout outs, but I am actually terrible at actually just being a streamer, right? I always just forget to like give people shout outs and just like, you know, share the love. It's something that I'm just really bad at. Just when I get into the game, I get like so like one track to get the blinders on, and we're just like focusing on the game as hard as possible. Got to go walk the dog. Good luck with the grind. Well, thanks for stopping back, FIFO. Always appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Resonance only has Fortress Dragon for defense stat, non-tributes. I'm trying to think now, because they have, some of them play like Winged Dragon Guide to the Fortress, which is 1200, which we wouldn't have been able to get over. Did you give a nice in the last game? I did! It was a close game! I was told that was fine. Right, we'll set. I don't know which of these two is better to set here. I think we're just going to set the Phoenix Dragon. We'll just pass on that. Let's see you clap and appreciate the shout out, bro. Thank you. Of course, Sean. You're always so good to us. We gotta share the love. Yeah, I was watching your prog yesterday. I saw your spicy texts, your floodgates, even if we can only like barely call them floodgates. The what was it? The piercing light. Yeah, that dragon is the only one with above 1,000, right? Above 1,000, probably. I mean, I guess like Draco the Tiny, what it's called, but like no one even plays that. Hey, 1,200, but it came up. Unless this game is like a really good game, we're probably not going to save this replay because we've already got a replay of Resonance. I'm surprised we discarded Gravity Press. I guess just really wanted to get 1,400 in. These are all cards. These are cards that exist. Unfortunately, the most like efficient play we make is a little bit awkward. So I'll tribute over this to summon this. Then I'm going to summon out a carrier. Use carrier's effects. I want to maintain a carrier to get back a Lamoon. And this also does let me out another one of his monsters. But it does mean we have to leave this thing in attack. And Sword and Shield is not the best card for this situation. So I'll go Blaster's Inferno, boost up Fire Guardian, go battle, swing over one of these. Kaboom. Then we're just going to swing over this. Get out of here. I'm just going to pass. It's not ideal, but he's fine. He's fine. No one even plays that anymore with tuning being nerfed. Yep. I mean, you are 100% correct, but on the ladder, you never actually know what you're going to play against. We played against someone playing a burn deck before. Now, burn in Rush is awkward at the best of times. Even when we have all of the modern cards, it's still a bit awkward. So, someone trying to make it in Duel Links, needless to say, it wasn't very good, but we still ran into it. Tributes 2, so it doesn't get the draw. So now you can pop the back row, which is the Sword and Shield, which ironically would have actually not been... I don't know, Shield and Sword's actually a bit weird in this matchup. It would have been good if we had Volcano attack Dragon, but everything else is a bit naff. Could... well, you can save life points if the difference between attack and defense is larger than 700 when they attack Seahorse. I mean, yeah, but I don't think I would want to use it outside of saving my life or killing one of his monsters. Part of me is also like, do I just shotgun the TSA just to get rid of it? Because this deck is very prominent at being able to pop our back row. I think we always tribute this. Summon this out. We always use the skill. I think we set these two, and then the question is, are we activating this? If we do, what are we putting back? We've got at least 3 really good targets for it. Alright, let's go with it. We're going to activate this. We probably should have, since we did decide to do this in the end, not have actually set this. We probably should have played Lamoon in attack mode, because then we can actually clear both. This is, like, arguably safer. Like, it conserves my life points a bit more, but it means we don't get to clear the board, and if he does have something to stop it, he does get to keep his monster. So, arguably, just a straight-up misplay. But it does protect our life points a little bit better by having both of these in defense. This is the kind of play I would make if I was playing against, like, Royal Rebels. Isn't it risky, though? I mean, I think we're at a point in Rush where, because of all the different types of back row we have, there's never, like, an objectively correct decision. It's always like, am I playing around this trap, or this trap, or this trap, right? See, now that we've seen a Dragius, I'm quite a lot happier about setting this. It means the maximum we should be taking here is 25. Ooh, we're actually only going to take 400. 3 back row, though, is actually horrifying. That's a hand. I'm very happy we kept this, though. Go ahead and use Carrier. Grab this back. Now comes the awkward part of this. We have 3 bodies. We can only summon out 2 of these. If we miss and hit the wrong back row, then things become a little bit awkward for us. So I think we have to summon out Volcano attack either way. Do I, though? I could summon out the Fire Guardian, boost it up, run in. If it gets hit with a trap card, I would then have to trade Dragius into Dragius. Wouldn't be ideal. There is a lethal line, though, if he doesn't have anything. The alternative is to go for that. We go for the 50-50. I don't really like the 50-50 line. It is arguably better, though, if we do hit it. I think because it's 50-50, we don't bother. I think I'd rather... But then I just die on the crackback to, like, anything. I think we're going to go for this line. I think this is arguably worse, but this is the lethal line. So we're going to go for it. So Dragius effect. We'll activate our skill. Boost, which protects Dragius. Now, most of the time, people aren't going to be playing traps that protect here. It would be like Slime or Widespread. And we've protected Dragius from Widespread. Okay, so there's the Widespread. Again, not a lot we could actually do about that. And I think it's we cannot just leave this up. As much as I'm really not happy about this, because now we get to take a direct attack, we only have 4,200 life points, which means we're probably dead. We are probably dead. Rush Duel Links progression series when? The problem with that is there's so little content out for the game right now that it wouldn't work very well. As well as the fact, because of gems, it's also a bit awkward. You'd have to like be grinding stuff out. And then like, how would you even do it? Because of the way that boxes work in Duel Links, you either have to set yourself a gem cap you can spend, or you have to like say, oh, we're doing 1 run through the box, or we're doing 3 runs through the box. We're not dead. This is now going to come down to, has our opponent bought the bundle, and do they have slime face down? Alright, I think we just dropped the shield and sword, right? Summon, summon, summon. Yeah, I think we're just going to do this. We just keep winning off of shield and sword, by the way, which is completely fine with me. Summon, summon, tribute this out, use the skill. Okay, so he literally had nothing. Well, again, there's no real point in saving that replay, I don't think. We already have a game against Resonance. You can also snipe for slime as well. Yeah, and so we know as well that 2 of those back row he's had on the field for a few turns and hadn't used. So there was only 1 target to hit, effectively, which would have been the one closest to the deck where the widespread originally was. So he even could make an educated guess which one would have been the slime. I think that is one of the most annoying things for me that Duel Links does, or specifically Konami, which is releasing a bundle that has a very important card, which they've done twice now, because Barrel Dragon was very important when it came out. It's fallen off a bit since then, but it was still very, very, very good when it first came out. And now with the slime, which is arguably the second best trap in the game now, they keep putting them out where there isn't a box. So it means that if I want to get the slime, I am committing to throwing gems away. And I hate that that is a thing. I hate that that is a decision I have to make. Also, I have not gotten an Essel effect off 1 time today. Very sad. That's not a terrible draw. As much as I would also like to do a fancy Essel dig into Phoenix Dragon Tribute Monster play, I think it's a little bit, it's a little bit high roll. Looks like our opponent is going on the defense. Oh, it's Harpies. Okay. Let's see what our Harpy opponent has for us. Is that our Harpy Lady Sisters? Well, for Duel Links prog, you could go by product release 1 by 1, start with all the starter deck card. Again, he hit the only one that didn't have 1,000 attack. Start with all the starter deck. Do I just use this now? Just to give him the middle finger. I saved myself some life points as well. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do it. No. Suck it, nerd. Starter deck card pools. Well, then you'd have to play it on something that isn't Duel Links, right? You'd have to play it on, EDO or Dueling Book or something along those lines. Where are my boss monsters at, yo? Even if I put stuff in the graveyard, it won't actually help me right now. Crashing into that also doesn't actually accomplish anything. This stinks real bad. I think we're just going to set this and pass. I could get this out and crash in, but that doesn't actually accomplish anything. And it means I'd probably take more damage next turn than I already would. Also, did that sound like Essel favoritism earlier? What are we talking about? Essel favoritism. I'm not a big fan of Essel, to be honest. I would rather Essel wasn't in the game. But I do think it is changed a little bit since then. Why? I mean, make the Rush Duel Links starters with Max Raider and Stone Dragon. Oh, God. Oh, God. You want that? Why would you want to watch that? I thought you did dislike Essel. Yeah, I very much do dislike Essel. I'm still going to use it in decks where it's going to be good, though. It has fallen off, like I said, a little bit, because Like, the best cards to bring back with this are, like, Dragius and, like, I don't know, like, Trigger Drago. Cards that can actually get damage in. Because it sounds hilariously stupid. I think it sounds fun until you start watching it, and then you'll be like, this is awful. I think we've lost this game, by the way. I think we have bricked so hard on just having no high levels that we are just completely doomed. We're only drawing one card, which means next turn we're also taking a ton of damage. That does things. Those things, though, are not going to be good enough, I don't think. We don't have a Karibo and Grave, so we're going to set this now. So we tribute over this and summon this. We activate the skill. Boost this up. We'll normal summon this. We're going to set this. We're going to go to battle. We're going to swing over this. And then we're just going to swing over this. Right. It's not great, but it's something. And we got a load of cards out of our hand, which is our primary goal. Set 2 and Fire Golem sounds decent, though. So set 2 and Fire Golem is still good. This way we got a bit more damage in, and also it puts a bit more pressure on, but we will take more damage in return, right? Now we're more likely to take, like, 1,500 damage instead of, like, 400 damage. That's, like, the downside of this play. But the thing is, I feel like at some point we have to get some damage in and we have to clear some of this board. Otherwise, like, what's our actual win condition? Like, we can stall out a ton, but what does it matter if we don't actually have a means to win? And if he doesn't have a third monster, this is actually really good. Okay, that's fine. If he doesn't have a Harpy Lady in hand, or Harpy Lady Sisters. Okay, this has actually worked out pretty good for us. Is he going to crash? No, okay. I was going to say, there's no way you crash there. Where are my boss monsters? We got one of our... We play 6, by the way. So we have 5 left in deck. That means a third of our deck is boss monsters. He's drawing 4 cards, which means the chance of him drawing a Harpy is quite good. We might as well leave this an attack. We get punished, though, if he has Widespread Ruins set. So we are going to use Dragon's Inferno. Nice. Nice. I think we just set a couple... Set this. Go to battle, and we'll swing into this defense monster. Let me just pass. Alright. I'd like to say that was an educated guess again, but he set both of those, so it was just... That was just done luck. That was just 50-50. Now we're taking at least 1,000 damage here, but we were always taking at least 1,000 damage. I think we're getting to the stage now, though, where we're going to be on so few life points that it's not going to matter if we draw out our boss monsters, because just anything's going to kill us. Also, he could just have Sword and Shield as his legend, and then just win the game on the spot. Okay, so that clears our whole board. That clears our whole board by a lot. That could be 31. That's fine. That doesn't do anything. Hey, Max. Welcome, welcome on in. You've caught us playing our Volcano Attack Dragon. Waiting for the new box and grinding Dennis event. Nice. I don't grind the events until, like, the entire thing is out. Like, I've gotten to the second stage of it. And now I'm just going to wait until, like, you know, the other stages come out, get to the next stage, and then put it on hold again. Dennis is a bit of a weird one for me, because I've never seen the Performages as being... What's, like, the best way to say this? I've never seen it as being, like, a competent, self-contained deck, so much as I see it as, like, an engine, right? So I was a little bit... Not disappointed, but, like... There's no point in doing that. A little bit underwhelmed, I guess, is what is my my opinion of it. I want to get the title, like I always do. I mean, yeah, I can respect. Where are my bosses? We still have 5 in the deck. We still have 5 in the deck. This is game no matter what, right? Even if I summon this, I take at least 15. So I could flip the attacks round, but it only works on one of the attacks. The other ones always kill me. So there's just nothing I can do. Rip. Man, that is painful. That is just painful. 12 cards left in deck with 5 bosses left in the deck. But what can you do? What can you do? We were going to have a brick game eventually. At least Dennis teases Yuri, so I'm hopeful he comes this year. I mean, fingers crossed, right? I would love... I mean, again, we talk about this constantly, Max, but, like, I would love to see Yuri come out. I would also love to see Dennis's Ancient Gear stuff come out. I think that would be really cool. We didn't get any of that. I would have liked to have seen some Fluffle stuff, because we're getting an Arc V set, but we didn't get that. Instead, we're getting Raid Raptors and Phantom Knights, which I don't dislike those decks. I would just prefer Fluffles, because I'm the Fluffle guy, right? That's what I want. This is why I don't like to go down to 5 bosses. I'm on 6 bosses. We found one of them. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. Exactly, that's what I want. And obviously, like, what's it? Howlitzer and the Hounds as well. Does he have special Ancient Gear stuff? So it's more like there's like the generic deck used by the... Oh, this sucks. This sucks really bad. How do I win? Guys, we might be having another brick game. We could potentially die this turn if he draws well enough. Let's see what he does. Howitzer is in the game. Oh, is it? Is it? But do we have any of the other, like, good Ancient Gear stuff? Like, I don't know if we have Ancient Gear Fusion. I could just look this up, right? I have the ability. In fact, if I do this, we could all look it up. So what do we not have? We don't have Chaos Giant. We don't have Fusion. We don't have Ancient Gear Advance either. A bunch of cards I would all really like to get. Well, there goes our only trap card. Feels bad, man. So we're taking nearly all of our life points here. That's really not ideal. Oh yeah, the new card. Surprised Dennis got the new Ancient Gear cards? Well, he hasn't got them, right? That's the problem. Where are my Ancient Gear cards? But yeah, in the series, like there was like a standardized like Fusion Warrior deck. Like as in like the people from the Fusion dimension that were like either knights or invaders or whatever we're calling them. This isn't good, is it? I can't even clear both the monsters, so we have to just... I guess you have higher defense. There's a chance that comes up. Tribute 1, Tribute 2. Then we flip over Dragon's Inferno. Pop the back row. Activate the skill. Target this. Add back the Inferno. Set. I think here we just attack, right? Like, using TSA doesn't actually do anything right now. And I think we have to kill this as well. Right, let's see what he does. Oh yeah, the new card. Surprise Dennis got the new ones. He has lines. Oh, he has lines with them. Okay. Okay. How many spell and traps in his deck? I don't know what that's a reference to. We've kind of been jumping around conversations a little bit here. Alright, if he summons out another Slayer and hits the right card... Ooh. Now, if you could just hit the wrong card, that would be really, really helpful. Gain 5. He would only lose 500 life if he hits. If he doesn't hit our trap. Oh, yeah. And that's why we did it that way round, because then he had to guess which one of these two was our new card and which one was the Inferno. The issue is that we can pop this, and then we still die anyway. So we're dead anyway, but by golly, we got to keep our widespread. Yeah, unfortunately, Twin Edge is exactly what he needed to get the kill there. I mean, I guess a second monster would have... No, it couldn't have been a second monster. It had to be Twin Edge, right? It literally had to be Twin Edge. I will give them a like. Do we save that replay? I think we do save that replay. That's a good loss. We want to make sure we keep the good losses as well. Alright. But, as we were saying, I want Ancient Gear cards. Yeah, Ancient Gear Fusion is a really, really cool one. Ancient Gear Advance is also a really, really good one that we haven't got yet. Ancient Gear Duel is a weird one, but I would still really like to see it. Ancient Gear Tanker is a bit of weird. I don't think we necessarily need Tanker. I don't think we also really need Commander. I'm trying to think like what the ones we'd actually use would be. Like, I love Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. I think this card is just really cool. You know, unaffected by spell trap cards. Your opponent's monsters cannot activate their effects during the battle phase. This card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each, and it has piercing, right? It's such a cool finisher boss monster, and I absolutely love it. Then there's Ancient Gear Dark Golem. We could also get that in the future. We already have Cross Dimension. We have Ancient Gear Reborn already as well. Does that mean we have... Yeah, we already have Frame, which is a really good one. We already have Wyvern. So we already have quite a lot of the good cards. We've already got Box. I think we already know about Box. We already have the Howlitzer. We have... Yeah, we've already got the Megaton Golem as well. I think the only things that I really want is going to be the payoff in the Giant. Definitely want to get Fusion, and Advance is really cool. Like... Just being able to add an Ancient Gear spell trap from your deck to your hand is so good. You just search Fusion. Like, I would just love to get this. But obviously, I also want the Fluffle cards that we never got. I think there's nothing wrong with the cards coming out. It's just because it was like, oh, we're getting an Arc V box. I'm like, there's lots of Arc V stuff I want. Maybe we'll get it. And I got my hopes up for something that just didn't happen. That's a bit disappointing. Especially because it's probably going to be a very long time before we get a new Arc V box, right? We're probably going to bounce around to all the other ones for a bit now before we actually go back to Arc V again. Also, what are your thoughts about the Rush Duel Links qualifiers? So we spoke about this a little bit earlier on the stream, but my general thought is it's almost certainly going to be a KC Cup. Oh, it's Brad again. It's almost certainly going to be a KC Cup / GRF type event, and I am not a fan of those types of events. I think I like the idea of them. I like playing in them. I don't like the idea of trying to find like 3 whole days that I can just commit to playing. I think it's too much for me. So this is where Brad gets his revenge. And he destroys us. That's a Fire Guardian. Turn 1 as well, so... Second high level in hand, which is why he's done that. I think here we just go on the defensive. I mean, we don't really get any other options with this hand. Yeah, last GRF was quite exhausting concerning the 3 days to play non-stop. Yeah, so I played a ton during the first day because I just had time to spare. Then the second day I could play very, very little. But we managed to stay in top 100 during those first 2 days. But then day 3, I just didn't have any time to play. So it was just like, if I can't play, I can't stay top 100, right? So it just felt like, I don't know, a bit lackluster. I think three days is too much. I think 1 day almost is like too much. Not the biggest fan of this hand. We've kind of already got our graveyard set with everything we want as well, so I don't even need to use Essel. Do I fire this off is the question. Yeah, okay, we're going to fire this off. Maybe I shouldn't have set this then, if I was going to do that. Or maybe we just go double Dragorite. That's not a terrible play. Let's see what happens. Okay. So we got the first damage in. This board isn't terrible. We shouldn't take too much damage outside of exactly a big Dragius play. Doing this as well, we've got to apply a little bit of pressure. My suspicion would be that Brad has one of these two cards, is probably Slime or the, God, what's it called? Widespread. That would be my prediction. Let's see what he's got. So out comes Volcano attack. Okay. So as is, it's hit, crash, and then hit. Might have another high level in hand. Still does have two cards. My guess of the Ponder. Okay, so he was debating whether or not to hold that, I guess. We are going to boost that up. Spreads the damage a little bit. Not that it doesn't really matter in this scenario, but... Okay, we still have the life lead for now. Widespread, okay. We'll summon out Carrier. Activate Carrier. Grab back the Lamoon. Summon, set. So there's no point in using the other one either way. There's no way to maintain it either. So we will just set. Tribute 1, Tribute 2. Summon out the boy. Activate the skill. Target this. We will go ahead and grab out our Inferno. Now, this is where stuff gets tricky, because if I hit the wrong one... Okay, now we're probably boned, because if he does have it, we are in such a bad spot. So I have to set this, I can't not. So if this is exactly widespread, we're screwed. If it's slime, we're kind of okay. But if it's widespread, yeah, we are so cooked now. Because now he can use the effect on Volcano Attack Dragon, get his back row hate, pop our widespread, and then we just take a massive slap to the face. Widespread is just gone. So he got massive value off of his that we're not going to get off of ours. So I think this entire game might have just been decided on that 50-50. Which feels kind of bad, because like I don't feel like we've played badly. We just hit the 50-50 wrong. But that's just how it goes, right? Unfortunately. Yeah. Just this one interaction of us getting that 50-50 wrong has, like, it's cost us a monster and not cost him a monster and is going to cause us to lose 2,900 life points. That one 50-50 decision. And it's entirely luck-based as well. We had no way to predict what was going to be what there. That's very interesting. So we'll summon, activate the effect. Summon. Tribute 1, Tribute 2. Activate the effect. Then we can drop the TSA. We have not done any maths, but we're just doing what we can. Sure, we'll take that back as well. I haven't done any maths. I have no idea. Probably not. So we can take 14 off that. Then activate another TSA, because why not? Just going to get damage in where we can. Nah, this is nowhere near lethal, unfortunately. But it's the best we've got. Slam. Slam. Yeah, it was the highest damage we could have gotten. We could have stacked it on the other one. Wait a minute. Did we just miss lethal? 800 off of the other one would have been 800. No, it wouldn't have mattered, right? We could have got an extra 100 damage in. Extra 200 damage in. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, extra 200. Yeah. But by doing it that way, because it couldn't have killed anyway, there was a chance he didn't have a monster that could get over us. But that was the only thing we could really hope for. You had that if I didn't top that Dragius? I mean, that's just how it goes, right? I think that game came down to the 50-50 of the Dragon's Inferno on the back row. If I had hit your widespread, then I think that would have been a completely different game. But I think losing the 50-50 there was so big. So big. But that was still a really good one. You know, I enjoyed that game. It's really cool as well, like, just being able to, like, pinpoint exactly, like, where the game fell apart. I do really like those sorts of decision points. Alright, well, we're probably not against the Dragon deck. We've actually played against a ton of Dragon decks today. Obviously, Brad played against you twice on the Fire Dragon deck. We played against 3, now I think, Dragonic Resonance decks. And we've played against 1 Ancient Forces deck. So we played against so many dragons that we're kind of like, are we going to play against not dragons today? Ooh, the whole hand empty. That's kind of scary. Do we bother going aggressive? Or if you still have a chance to win each turn? Yeah. For sure. Do we just hold the Guardian? We probably do, right? I have no idea what we're against. I'm going to summon out the Winged Dragon, because if we are against Harpies, Winged Dragon probably won't clear, but if he is playing Harpies, he'd flip one of our guys up anyway. Okay, we are just on the Thunders. That's not too bad then. We can probably do fine against Thunders. Let's see what happens. What I've learned, if you play your dragons, you play against dragons. I mean, that's just the law of the universe, right? Ooh, Stormbolt, Destroyer, and Grave, which means if he does have Duckbill, could be in a pretty spicy position. Summons out the Trigger Drago. Can't use its effect, or at least can't get the piercing side of the effect. This is awkward. Because chances are he's going to attack with that one. There's no reason to do that. And then we just take another 15. The 3 back row will scare me, though. How do we beat triple back row? I mean, we can pop one of them. It's going to be entirely dumb luck, though, which one we hit. Okay, we set. We set. We tribute out this guy. I think we always Blasters Inferno this because we want to hit one of the back row. He's had all 3 back row the whole time, right? He hasn't used any back row yet. So it's entirely dumb luck which one we hit. Let's see what we get. That is probably the worst one to hit, although it could be a little bit subjective. Tribute to get this out. And then out of an abundance of caution, and that I really want to kill that, we are going to use the TSA here. We'll put you back. There should be a very, very, very slim chance that he doesn't lose this Trigger Drago now. I guess the turn 1... Oh, no turn 1 widespread. Okay, okay. We'll just pass. Which means probably a high chance of slime. I think if you had widespread, you just use it there. I don't see why you wouldn't. Like, your guy was going to die either way, but still. Okay, there goes Sword. That is a bit disappointing because Volcano Attack Dragon is like the best card to use with it. So now he could take Stormbolt. Then tribute both, get Stormbolt out, use Stormbolt's effect, get another guy back. 2 cards left in hand. Means could summon out a second Stormbolt. If he has another Stormbolt, this is pretty bad. Maybe he thinks they can still out the board. I mean, maybe, but his hand was empty, so it comes down to, like, does he draw into it, I guess. Okay, Trigger Drago is death. Right, that's just straight lethal, because that's now going to be 24 on there, and then that's just death. Yeah, we'll let him finish us off. Wait. Did he just miss lethal? Did bro just miss lethal? Also, is bro playing the barrier? Okay. I mean, we'll take it. As long as we have cards in our hand, he can't pierce over us. And he's already lost his Tribute to the Doomed. So ways of getting to our life should be very limited. Is that a Vorse Raider? What are the chances we can stall him out? Probably not particularly high. I don't think there's anything we could do but try and stall him out, though, is the issue. He's still got widespread and rotation. So I'm going to summon out Kuribot. Activate the effect. I'm going to grab back Kuribot. Then we're going to set. Do I want to keep the other Kuribot, actually? Maybe I do. Even if I summon this out, I'd get another body out, but then I'd just be tributing anyway. But it does give me another Kuribot for next turn. Alright, let's do this. We're going to summon out the Seahorse Carrier. We're going to grab back the Lamoon. We're going to tribute set this guy down. We're going to set this. Then we're going to pass. I think we're at the stage where we can't actually straight up kill him anymore. I think we are past that point. Now it's going to come down to how much can we stall. We have to stall at 7 turns, which is very unlikely. But, like, I don't think we can win any other way. Unless we can, like, make a really big play with that. But we'd have to have such a specific board. We don't have Dragius in Graveyard yet either, do we? No. So we will normal summon Kuribot. Activate the effect. Grab back another one. Tribute set over this. Set this. Set this. Set this. And pass. I think his guys have too much defense for us to actually be able to kill. Even if we do get like a big play going. And unfortunately, we have so many tribute monsters left in our deck as well. We've got 2 left in our deck. Which are going to complicate things. Speak of the devil. You have immediately complicated things. How do we do this? We could just keep the Dragius in hand. That might end up being the best option. Alright, we're going to do this. And we're going to pass. Alright, this has become a very awkward game. But knowing that he still has so many tools at his disposal, I don't think we can get aggressive anymore. We have to do this just to not die. If we still have... But if he has slime, we're probably boned anyway. I could just set these 3 and then pass. That's not a bad option, to be honest. What do we have left in our deck? We'd still need to have... We still have 1. Okay. I think we're going to keep staying on the defensive for now. Then pass. The real question, did you commit to the slime? No, we have not committed to the slime. As much as I want the slime, because slime is so good, I'm not throwing away my gems. I refuse, out of principle. I think anyone that is buying slime, that had already cleared the box, is sending the wrong message to Konami. We need to be unified in our decision to abstain from slime. Tributes 2, summons it out again, uses the boat, brings back another 15. Whoops. Alright. So now is the point where we have to make a decision. We realistically can't stall him out long enough. I think this is the best we're going to get. So we will flip over Shield and Sword. I'm going to summon out the carrier. Activate carrier. Bring back Lamoon. Summon Lamoon. Tribute 1. Tribute 2. Normal summon. Tribute to summon. Normal summon. Activate the effect. Activate the skill. And then we're going to activate this. I think this is the best we had. Now, do I think this is going to be enough to win? Probably not. Realistically, I don't think we're going to win this game. But I think this is the best shot we have. I think realistically, we're just dead. Would be hilarious if the back rows got stuck. Alright, widespread's fine. Winner! Oh man, if he had slime, we were cooked. If he had slime, we were so cooked. We were so utterly cooked. But he didn't, and therefore everything was K. That has to be a nice. I mean, he's probably not going to nice me. He probably feels very annoyed because I stalled him out for so long. But I mean, I needed to be able to amass that. So, Mr. Tomato, excited to be going to the World Champs for Rush Duel, I believe. I am almost certainly, my friend, not going to be doing that. I'm in a bit of a duality of mind where I really like playing in KC Cups and GRFs. I really enjoy the act of doing it. I think it feels like a more competitive King of Games ladder, right? And I think that's really cool. I, though, would hate to be trying to qualify whilst in one of those formats. I think if you want to qualify for an event like that, you should be playing in a tournament setting. There should be Swiss tournament with a top cut, which then decides who goes to Worlds. I don't think ladder system is the way to decide it. I think by doing it that way, players that are better can end up not qualifying, and I don't like that. Now, I think at the same time, you could also make the argument that even in a Swiss tournament, the best player doesn't necessarily win. And I think sometimes that's going to be true. Sometimes you will brick. Sometimes the stars will align. Sometimes you'll play against people who are playing the deck that counters your deck, and therefore you just didn't get the run that you were hoping for. But I think ladders just favor people that have more time, and I don't like that. That's kind of how I look at it. I don't think the players that have more time should be qualifying. I think the players that are winning the most without losing, I guess, should be there. Now, I think also you can make an argument that ladder systems do that. I just don't like it personally. So if I had the time to put into it, I probably would try and qualify. And I will still play in the event. Realistically, I can't commit 3 days of my life to doing that. I can't do that. Like, I have adult responsibilities, unfortunately. I can't just play Yu-Gi-Oh! For 3 days straight. Which is sad, but that's kind of where we're at right now. Luckily, he is boycotting Konami, or maybe it was in hand. I mean, maybe. But what if? Oh, you lost to Brad? I mean, to be fair, we did also beat Brad. We're 1-on-1 on the ladder. And we're both playing the same deck as well. Actually, let's take a look at Brad's build. Let's see if he's playing, like, the same build as us. So he is on Shock Dragon. We are not on Shock Dragon. He's also playing 3... Wait, this is so... he's playing the Tribute Spam deck. So he's playing 8 boss monsters, but he's also playing the zombie engine to make up for it. I've seen this build around a bit, and I don't dislike this build. I think this build is pretty cool, but I just didn't want to play that version. Like if we take a look at my deck quick, I'll just get rid of the overlay. We're playing the 6 boss monster variant. We're only on 2 copies of the Volcano with that dragon. That looks bricky. So, I mean, it can brick, right? But you're playing an extra entire engine so that you can get out those boss monsters easier, right? So, you know, the rest of the deck building, the composition has been built in a sense to try and alleviate that downside. And the positive is you should see your boss monsters more often. Therefore, you can get your skill off more often. Therefore, you can break boards more often. So, you know, what about Shock? And was that the alternative again? What was the alternative? So it's basically, do you play Shock or do you play the 3rd Phoenix Dragon, if that's what we're talking about? I'm playing the double Phoenix Dragon, but I miss Slime in this. I want Slime! I want Slime! I don't want to waste my gems. It's so sad. But again, hopefully we should be getting a new box like mid-May, right? That's kind of what we've been hearing. So if we do get a box mid-May, that's good, right? Because then I can get the Slime. Slime is so good in so many different decks right now as well, right? I think arguably it's good in every single deck. The only deck it doesn't work against is Magnum Overlord, and it still works against half the deck. It just doesn't work against the bit that usually kills you. Also, the other deck build you just mentioned, what was that again? Oh, you mean Brad's build, the tribute version, the one where you play the 8 bosses. I think this is quite a standardized list. The only thing I think is new here is I don't think I've seen many people playing the Speedy Performer. Do you think they'd release a Rush and Speedbox before the Worlds thing? I mean, potentially. I mean, again, I am a competitive Rush guy. I'm not like a Duel Links guy, right? If you're looking for like when events are going to happen, what they're going to release, all that sort of stuff, you're way better off looking to Brad for those kind of answers, because I am not the one for that. I will tell you what is winning Rush Duel tournaments. That is about it. That is my knowledge. Slime situation is so annoying, but at least it seems we aren't going to be waiting as long as Barrel Dragon, etc. Yeah, especially considering, like, Barrel Dragon was a very, very impactful card when it came out, but I still don't think it's as good as Slime. Or, like, I don't think Barrel Dragon was as good then as Slime is now, if that makes sense. Like, Slime basically single-handedly can shut down so many decks, right? Like, the Noodle aggro deck and the... what's it called? The Royal Rebel deck, the new one, both basically OTK your opponent. That's kind of what they want to do. And they do it with level 8 and lower monsters, which means Slime is really, really good against 2 of the better decks right now. Now, is Noodles like a top tier deck? I personally don't think so. I think it's a very good deck. I think it's very strong. I think it's relatively consistent, but it still has some major weaknesses that, in my opinion, stop it from being tier 1. But Royal Rebels definitely is a tier 1 deck right now, and that deck is obviously really, really good, has a lot of burn damage, has a lot of board clear, adds a lot of pressure. A lot of the time you have to play against Royal Rebels differently to how you play against other decks. Be it having to force your opponent to play in a certain way is very, very strong, right? So a card that can like shut that down, or not really shut it down, but at least like stave it off is very, very, very powerful, which is why, again, Slime's so good. Me want Slime. The only thing that I'm annoyed about with Slime, right, my biggest, all right, apart from obviously we don't want to waste our gems right now, is What I want is more ways to stop yourself getting OTK'd by Magnum Overlord. That is what I would like the most right now. And what's actually happened is Slime is used by Magnum Overlord to stave off a push and then OTK them on the crackback. So rather than getting a tool to help us against Magnum Overlord got a card that protects them even more, which is like the opposite of what I want from Konami. Because Overlord isn't like inherently terrible like for the game, but I think ever since Hell Tuning Invasion got a nerf, Magnum Overlord is now the big sore thumb that's like sticking out. That is now very obviously the problem deck of the format, because just sometimes they'll just draw the max and you just lose. And it's like, oh, you mean you didn't have King's Majesty face down? Oh, I guess you just lose then. And sometimes that will just happen. Now, you can, depending on the deck you're playing against, or the deck you're playing, you can mitigate that and reduce the amount of damage you're going to take. But that's not always the case, right? There are some decks that don't get that option. You have to get aggressive at some point. And again, Slime could just completely negate that. So I don't like that. Let's catch up with chat. There are still teased skills for both, right? Yep. Barrel was sad. You could get it when it was not useful anymore. It was still okay for a bit, I think, when we got the new box. When does the top meta Royal Rebels look like? Didn't really see it in tourneys or it is popping off in tourneys quite a lot at the moment. Also, don't forget the 2000 damage that you can eat in Magnum to make Magnum stronger. Yeah, exactly. There should be a rush product around May 22nd at the latest, might even be the week before alongside the Tag Duel event, and then a speed main at the end of the month right before World Championship qualifiers. If Blue Eyes White Dragon is a structure, that'll be on May 22nd, 23rd. I mean, that would make sense, right? Give us both a product before the World Championship qualifiers, mix up the meta a little bit, probably not like anything like super crazy, because we don't want like another Hell Tuning Invasion fiasco, because I actually think the GRF, bearing in mind I played Hell Tuning Invasion during the GRF, I think the GRF climb was less enjoyable for the, I guess, non-Hell Tuning Invasion players because of the existence of Hell Tuning Invasion. So as long as we don't get something that completely throws a wrench in, I guess it would be similar to Tachyon, right? Because Tachyon came out and people were like, oh, Tachyon's kind of cool. And then it was all there for a Casey Cup. And then it was like, oh, actually, this Casey Cup would have been better without Tachyon. Like, if we could just have the format right before Tachyon came out, that would be lovely. It's a shame as well, because we get these, like, really nice formats. Like, right now, I think Rush Duel is in quite a good place. I quite like the Rush format. I think, again, the biggest offender is Magnum Overlord. But is Magnum Overlord overpowered? No. Is Magnum Overlord winning absolutely everything? No. I think it's fine. I think it's just now, because the biggest massive problem got dealt with, now it's just the next biggest problem. Which is fine, right? I don't think that's inherently a bad problem. But if we go over and we take a look at the tournament results that we've been seeing. So these are the three biggest tournaments that we've had recently. Just a little bit of disclaimer as well. So we're going to look at this later when we do go through a tier list. But this is the three biggest tournaments. I suppose these are the only three tournaments that are not point battles that had 16 or more players that I am aware of. That is the caveat to these being here. And as we can see, of the winners, the first place finishers, we have two Royal Rebels. This DDR is Death Doom Requiem instead of like HTI, which is Hell Tuning Invasion. So of the three biggest events we've had so far, Royal Rebels has won two of them. And then if we look, we've got two of them placing in top 4. And then over here again, we've got more of them placing in top 8. So like, the deck is doing well, right? And if we look at our little pie charts down here, top 8 and top 4 breakdowns, Royal Rebels are taking up most of these pie charts. So like I say, the biggest chunk, not most. Would the fairies be good if Seme or Earthbound would be unlimited? No. So fundamentally, the problem that Seme Ruler has is it's just a bad monster. How did I miss these tourneys? So if we go back to these tournaments quick again. So this is the Quantum Rush. This is a single elimination tournament. Angel Cup 2 is another single elimination tournament. This is a Japanese tournament run by a player called Angry Angel. And this is the Rush Duel Grand Prix. This, again, was a Swiss tournament, but it was only a 3-round Swiss tournament. So, you know, all three of these, though, were really, really cool tournaments. Don't get me wrong, I really like all of them. I enjoyed playing in each and every one of these. But the thing to always take with a pinch of salt is Rush doesn't have the same kind of representation as Speed, which means results will vary a bit more, right? But back to the semi-ruler deck. Again, the issue is the discard on this effect. That is what's always going to make it bad. Having to run a bunch of zero attack monsters that don't do anything without having exactly semi-ruler also sucks. It's just not good, unfortunately. We need this needs a skill update. This skill needs to do so much more in order for this to be good. I know them just didn't watch the last ones, except the Japanese ones. Actually, that means you didn't know about the Japanese ones, rather than you didn't watch rather than you only watched the Japanese one, because that would be an interesting one to specifically guide you to watch. But yeah, I think right now the strongest deck is going to be the. I mean, it's almost hard to dispute the fact that this is going to be the strongest deck. Now, this isn't going to be like a good build of this, because this is, again, even an old build, which is still using King's Majesty. Saying that, I think you probably take one of these out. But this is roughly going to be it. I've seen some people as well stacking trap cards. Like, I've seen some lists literally playing just so many trap cards in this build. We've been seeing, like, multiple the guards. We've been seeing lists playing a ton of, where is it, Recital as well, and they just play this like overly defensive build that just works to stave off getting killed and then kill your opponent on the crackback with just like, you know, a Death Doom Requiem Doom Metal play. So yeah, 5 cards should not go into a board of Semi and Fairy without anything else. Yeah, it is so weird in my mind that that is kind of how it works right now. Like, you needed to have being able to make a board of an 1800 attack monster and a 2500 attack monster by using your entire hand is garbage. Like, that is straight garbage. Think about what you can do with other decks with 5-card hands, right? You can make a Dragius that has 2 1500s next to it, right? You can make a Super King Rex and a Mega Zowler, both of which, or the Mega Zowler at least gets a boost up to 24. There's so much you can do. And just, I don't know, Semi-Ruler is just bad. I don't know how else to say it, unfortunately. It's just a little bit garbage. But, let's jump into another game. Let's get our overlay back up as well. Hide that pesky dual log. Oh, it's the dragon! I have to try out the Requiem skill again. Yeah, it's... So, in my mind, it is a little bit finessey. It's not... I don't want to say it's unintuitive, because that's not really the right word, but you do have to play the deck with a little bit of finesse. You can't just, like, spam everything out like you would with a lot of other, like a lot of the dragon decks, for example. You can just kind of play everything, and you'll just kind of vomit your hand onto the board as much as you can each turn. You'll play it like a standard Rush deck, right? The play that you want to be playing Rush. I'd say that the Royal Rebels take a little bit more finesse than that right now. I have heard you like Rush duels. You have heard correct, Bork. Welcome, welcome. That's a hand. That is indeed a hand. What are we doing with this? Are we going to go aggressive with Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress? I kind of want to, but, like, what do I get out of this? If he's bricked on high levels, I want to clear his monster. So we're going to give it a crack. There's not really any point in getting aggressive with the rest of this hand, though. Because, like, what am I going to do? Get in for a maximum of 1200. We'll see what this is. This is probably going to be a 1400 butt. Oh, it's not. Okay, so if he... We want to clear this, because if he has got 3 high levels in hand, he now needs to draw 2 normal summons just to be able to play the game. That's what he's got. Hey, Tomato. He is Rush main. Yes, I am. Welcome, welcome on in, Elmaz. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Ooh, this is just straight thunder. Interesting, interesting. So, VIP redeem when? I need to sort out my redeems. That's what I need. I need to sort out channel points in general. I mean, we just, like, threw some new emotes in, so we have that going for us. Obviously, you know, a lot of those are, like, free emotes, so you can just use them whenever. But, I need to sort out channel points. I have 1 VIP currently, and that VIP is only to post a link. Okay. We beat the last Thunder we played against. Can I... Could I get some boss monster, please? Okay, well, there's not a lot we can do with this hand, so we're going to go and continue our defensive play and pass the turn. Well, we've got our Karibot in the graveyard. We have a Lamoon on the field. Oh, no. Gotta hit this one. Do it. Do it, coward. You won't. Oh, we did. Dragon's Inferno to the grave. I don't know. It's actually a better than... I guess Sword and Shield is arguably better, but it depends on the setup. Tribute to the Doomed. Is that to fix the hand? Because this will get some damage in. This will get probably like an extra like 2,400 damage in. So that's fine. But like, that's a big card to use right now. Again, the piercing isn't going to matter from that. Oh, so you're going to get 28 damage in. Okay. But now that that's gone, I can kind of stall you out depending on, as long as I don't brick. Let's see what happens. No back row as well. Ow. Well, that's kind of it now. That's his push done. Okay. This is fine. You guys need to stop panicking so much. How much damage would we take if we let this thing get beaten up? We would... it comes out TSA. TSA would cripple us. Right, we're going to Karibot. We're going to activate the effect. I'm going to grab back Karibot. We're going to set. We're going to summon out the carrier. We're going to activate carrier. Grab this back. Then I think all we can really do is go on the defensive. We're too low on life points already to realistically do any kind of push. We're in a weird situation like we were before the last time we played against Thunders, which is we have to just wait until we draw like the God Hand. Okay, that's fine. We don't mind losing Shield and Sword, or Sword and Shield. That means that when we do eventually draw our widespread, it should be live. And he's stuck with 4 in hand, which is only drawing 1 each turn right now. Okay, let's see what we draw. TSA is good. That's kind of the first part of the puzzle. I think we have to use our Seahorse here, because we have to guarantee that we're going to have low levels. So we'll grab this back. We're going to tribute set over this. Then we'll set, and set another card. Then we pass. The issue is, his guys have such high defense that, again, trying to get an OTK push is going to be really hard, especially if he gets any more back row. Oh, there's the third as well. Most people wouldn't even be on 3 copies of Trailblitzing. Hey, Dwan. Welcome on in. See, Pot Friend is here. Friendly as ever. I really want to use Karibot, but I don't think I can. Without being able to tribute set afterwards. This entire game is going to come down to, do we draw out Ragius at a good time? And are we going to have a good number of low levels to be able to tribute someone out? Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. Why did we empty our hand? Why did we empty our hand? We just threw the game. Okay, yeah, we're dead. I wasn't even thinking. I was not even thinking. That's fine. We'll let him kill us. We'll let him kill us. I was too busy, like, laser-eyed on chat to be, like, paying attention. He drew the back row as well. And if that was the widespread, we were just dead anyway. Because if it was widespread, we would have had to very specifically drawn into... God, we would have had to get a Volcano attack dragon and a Dragius out and a third monster, which is like next to impossible to actually accomplish. It's not like impossible, it's just very unlikely. I think we could have won that. Though, realistically, I think there was a good chance we did win that. We just need to, like, actually pay attention. Welcome on in, Manicus, by the way. Hello. Oh, God, it's Manicus. Manicus, did you come here just to snipe us? Taiho number 2 when? Who knows? I'm curious, are you only fan of 7s, or you just choose to play any Rush? I play Speed as well. Don't misunderstand. I mainly play Rush, but I do play Speed as well. My favourite series out of all of Yu-Gi-Oh, including Rush, is Arc V. That's not ideal. We have no idea what Manicust is on. He's probably going to be on Resonance. In which case, I do kind of want to apply some pressure. So we will get a little bit of pressure going. Let's see what happens with our pressure. Swing. Swing. And we'll just pass. Stream snip spotted. That's right, Manicust is like our rival. We keep running into Manicust on the ladder. There's one big boy. Blaster's Inferno. I think I am going to use Widespread here. This might be a little bit early to use Widespread, but I think there's a good chance that he does just do his combo and wipe me out anyway. So I'm kind of just like, let's just get it out of the way now. Right, we'll summon out Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress. We'll set. We'll activate our skill. Boost this up. Go to battle. Do we respect the 1400 baht? No. No, of course we don't. We never respect the 1400 baht. Okay, Widespread. Widespread for Widespread. We're pretty happy with that. We're getting for the 15. We still have an okay board to block some damage that comes our way. Maybe I should stream snipe you too. Oh no, please. I can't get sniped by everyone. Right, Karibot to hand. Set the Karibot. Tribute both. Probably summon out Volcano attack. If he gets out Dragius, that's going to be a little bit unlucky for us. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. Flips over the Inferno. Hits 1. Does hit the TSA. Okay, so he's going to get out another one. By discarding the Karibot. Still 2 cards in hand. What are those 2 cards? Me sniping? That looks like a Glock. That's not a Glock, that's like a Desert Eagle. I suppose Desert Eagle, at least in Counter-Strike, is a sniper. Ow. Also ow. We still have the life lead. That is interesting. Okay. Do I just flip this over? It's really funny. Right, Shield and Sword. Seahorse. Oh, we don't have it. Boo. Why don't I have Lamoon? I've been way better. Activate the skill. We'll grab back the Dragon's Inferno. We'll activate the Dragon's Inferno. That's bad. We've probably just lost off that 50-50 again, by the way. Because now he's going to flip this over. If it's not slime... Ah... Damn, yeah. I think we've just lost to the 50-50. Ah, that's 2 games today we've just lost off of a 50-50, which is a bit of a shame. But that's just how it goes, right? Again, we had no way to work out which one was which. Alright, let's just... let's just go next if Manicus is going to spin plates. Yeah. Again, we would have won that if we'd won the 50-50. But it was literally a coin flip for that game. Which is, again, a bit of a shame. But that's just how it goes, right? Even if we had gotten the 50-50 correct, then Manicus would have just been on the exact opposite side, being like, oh, I lost on 50-50. You can only snipe widespread, apparently. Alright. Let's see what our next opponent has for us. So this is probably going to be Cyburst? Well, that could just be aggro. No, okay, it is Cyburst. Maximum Ragnarok. Put a card to the bottom of the deck. Someone's at the big boy. That's a back row. Alright. Our turn. Let's start out with Essel. Activate Essel. Yeah, we still always take this. If I would have hit the set Shield and Sword instead of the TSA, my shield play wouldn't have worked there. Yeah? 1 second. I need to get this turn done and then I will respond. Right, we'll drop an Inferno. Pop this. Is it even worth getting back the... I don't think it's worth bringing it back right now. I don't think we're gonna. I'll go to battle, swing into this. Almost guarantee this as a tiny bird. I'm just getting everything. By the way, I can hear you when we play. Can't see you because I minimize the stream. So long as you don't say where your cards are, it's fine. So what you're saying is next time I'll just be like, oh man, I really hope he doesn't hit my widespread in the middle lane. Yeah, I think it's always a bit weird, right, when you hit like the right or the wrong back row, because a lot of the time you don't get the luxury of being able to hit multiple. So it literally comes down to like, either I make an educated guess of this one's been on the field longer and hasn't done anything, or he had the delay when that one was on the field but not when that one was on the field, or it's just entirely dumb luck and it's just a bit awkward. But at the same time, that same thing happens in speed, right, where a lot of the time you just have to like go, I don't know, that one, and then like you hit like Crackdown and you're like, neat. Okay, so is his hand dog then? Okay, yeah, so we're just going to slam into these two. We get to keep our Volcano Attack Dragon, which is quite nice, especially since a lot of the time we would not get to keep our Volcano Attack Dragon. He could have crashed into it, he just chose not to as well. I mean, with this hand, I think we do just do what we can, which is go aggressive. Blaster's Inferno! I'm still not going to like that. We'll go to battle, swing over this, get in for an extra hundy, run over this, pass turn. The issue we're having is our hand is a little bit full of cards that we don't really want. Where are the tributes? They're in the deck somewhere. I mean, so we're playing 6 tribute monsters, which means statistically we should see 1 every 5 cards. So the fact we've seen 1 in 12 cards is not great. But it's fine. Maximum Ragnarok. Now this is scary. Summon both of these up first, which means he might just target both of them. Okay, only 1. Okay, that's not the end of the world then. So then if he wants to do anything with this, he has to crash connect the dog into something. Unless this is like Manny. It's not. Ooh. Your Drago, that is it. And this is why I'm not a big fan of the Cyburst deck. I think a lot of the time you end up doing this instead of something really impressive. I was playing 7. I played a game where I didn't get one for 3 draws. Yeah, it's crazy how it can just happen like that. Like this, I mean, you can't do anything about it. That's just how it goes, right? Well, I mean, we have lethal, so we'll just do this. Tribute over. Summon the boy. Activate the skill. Boost him up. Go to battle. Swing over. GG! I don't even know if that's worth saving as a replay. We will save it, but I'm not likely to use that one. Just because... I want it because it's against a different deck. It's against Cyberse, which is like a tiered deck. But it wasn't a particularly good game. But we might use it as a back burner if we don't get much diversity. What do you think Psychic is missing to be competitive? Psychic is in such a weird spot. Psychic... Let's just bring up a Psychic deck quick so we can actually talk about this. Psychic is... Psychic's monsters aren't even that bad, right? They're not awful. And their skills are quite good. No holding back beat of the Superstar is not a terrible skill. I do think, however, that with the release of the Noodle skill, this is now just worse Noodles. Like, this is almost just bad Noodles in a weird way. The one benefit of this skill is that we can recycle effect monsters rather than just like normal monsters, which is not a bad like addition to it. The boss monsters also aren't terrible. The problem the deck has is Esperard is the only one that has like decent stats, and even then it has 0 defense, so it's always going to lose to Shield and Sword and Sword and Shield, which is a problem in its own that a lot of decks have, like Royal Rebels and Noodles, for example. But the effect is not live so often. I think the way that you make this deck viable is you let them have a skill that lets them modulate their life points. And what I mean by that is like temporary modulation, or let them have a skill which will just set their life points to be low, right? I need a skill that will let me just get rid of most of my life points when I need to, so I can use Esperard to pop a load of stuff, and then try and go for a big push. But even then, because Slime now exists, that will also stop this deck from doing OTK shenanigans that the deck wants to do. Psychic's new skill would actually be good if you could play Psychic Bouncer in the deck. Are we talking about no holding back the Superstar, like this one? Because I don't even think Bouncer's that good, to be honest. I think the only way I like Bouncer is if we're playing a skill that gives us an attack boost. Where is Bouncer? Looking for it, I'm just completely blind. There it is. I'm not a big fan of this. If we had something like a Noodle Art boost, or a Inferno, or a Seal of Dawn, or Servant of Dawn skill to like boost this card's attack up, I would like this card a lot more. But I think just the 2000 attacker is not enough. That's just like... That's my opinion. I was also thinking a life point modulation skill. Yeah, the issue is the main card for Psychic is Roman Pick. This is like the bread and butter of Psychic. But the main reason we don't have more than one copy of this card, in my opinion, is because Konami know that in the physical Rush game and in the modern game, people play Roman Pick in non-Psychic decks just to use a mini Psychic engine. And it can be very, very strong. The biggest offender of this is Thunderbolt decks. Thunderbolt uses Roman Pick quite a lot in that deck to cycle through, modulate life points quite a lot, and then kind of do their wombo combos. The most recent build of that was a Seven's Wonder Fusion version of the deck, which just is basically turbo the graveyard as hard as you can, and then OTK your opponent using basically a Miracle Fusion type effect by fusing monsters from your graveyard together. I think without getting Roman Pick at multiple copies, this deck is always going to feel super lackluster. And even if we had 3 Roman Pick, I don't actually think it like breaks this deck. I don't think it suddenly makes it like really, really good. I think Prima feels lost in this deck as well, because Prima does buff your guys, which is good. I don't want to like say it's not good, because it's a good effect. Obviously, we're seeing AoE buffing effects working quite well in Noodles right now. But this deck doesn't have any like multi-attack to make use of that, and I think that's also a little bit disappointing. But like Psychic isn't really a multi-attack deck, so like I get it. But like when we've seen Prima combined with Dragius to such good effect and good results in the past, it does make it feel a little bit lackluster, right? Bouncer is good because the skill recycles... Because the skill recycles Future. We talked about Divine... Yeah, Future Diviner. But without a second boss in hand, it's just a set. If you had one tribute that weren't bad, it would be worth. But you can do the same thing, but with just a second high level. Because you could just go summon, tribute, Esperard, bring back Future Diviner, summon out another monster, tribute out for another boss monster. And then if you've got like an extra +1 like Seahorse Carrier, then you've got 3 monsters on board. You can get 2 high levels and then another card. So for example, like, I don't know, in this deck specifically, there wasn't really a good low level option. Like maybe Speedy Performer or something. But this was like a super high roll version of the deck where we were just trying to like OTK our opponent. I don't know, I really am of the mind that I hate 1 tribute monsters if they don't actively do anything. Right? And so what I mean by that is they have to be able to impact the game in a meaningful way, regardless of what that looks like. So that could mean they have an ability that draws you a card. That could mean they have an ability that changes something's battle position. But it could also just mean they can kill a 2500 attacker. So it's like, I don't necessarily mind things like Ansel or Ansler in the Overlord deck because the skill weakens them by 800. So this can clear a 2500 attack monster, right? That's when I don't mind these cards. That's why I like Fire Guardian in the Dragon deck, because again, we can clear 2500s. That's why I like Flame Serb in Dawn and Pyro, because again, it can clear 2500 attack monsters, as well as that this guy specifically has a really big butt, which is really, really good for that deck. Because it means you don't necessarily get completely blown out by Shield and Sword. I need my 1 tribute monsters to do stuff, right? If it's just there for the sake of just being a 2000 attack guy, I don't like that. I'm never a huge fan of that. Not to mention that if it hasn't at least got 21, then that means it's not even like the best statted level 6 you could get, which just feels even worse. But even then, just playing 21s for the sake of 21s, I'm not the biggest fan of. But again, that's just my opinion, right? That doesn't mean that is what is known. It does not mean that my word is law, right? Obviously, if other people like doing stuff in their own way, they like doing whatever they want. That's just my opinion, right? Alright, let's jump into another game with the Volcano Attack Dragon. Let's see if we can get something good going. Be interesting to see as well if we get the other Fire Dragon guy. I can't remember what his name is, but there's a Ancient Arise Dragon, but like it's a fire version of it. Which would be cool to see in the nearish future, because I don't remember that card actually doing anything. Oh, but it looks like we might be against another Cyberse. Let's see what he's got for us. Immediately into Viscon Nanotron. Aha. Now, do we go aggressive and just say that his back row is nothing? I think we will. We're gonna play aggressive. If we get blown out, we get blown out. But it's more fun to play aggressive, so we're gonna play aggressive. If he has exactly widespread, we are about to get cooked. If it's not widespread, then we are in such a good position. Oh. What does that mean? That's widespread or slime, I guess? It could technically be barrier. Thanks, I feel Aqua is in a somewhat similar spot, although Disco Fever is a good skill. Aqua is a really surprising deck that keeps, I think, doing a little bit better than everyone expects it to do. Which is like a really weird place for it to be. Okay, Maximum Ragnarok. So this will let you clear over my entire board. Also going to tribute that out for him. I'm going to tribute 1 for that. Okay, okay. I mean, it's nothing like super special. No boss monster kind of stinks though. We can get a boss monster back. That's probably the best we're going to get. Summon, 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 tribute 1. Okay. We'll summon out Phoenix Dragon. Activate Phoenix Dragon. We will put You into the grave. Bring you back. We'll tribute, summon this out. We are going to go ahead and activate the skill. Boost it up. I think I'm actually better off just setting these. And then I think we actually have to clear this. Let me just pass. Ancient Arrived Dragon. It revives both Clear Ice, Burning Blaze, and reduces 2 opponent's monsters by 400. Yeah, see, I think that's a good card. But I don't think that's going to be broken, right? I don't think... Even if that card came out right now, I don't think that card suddenly is like, oh, it's the best card in the game. It's going to make a Rise Dragon deck super busted. Okay. PSA. We are going all in on trying to just get as much damage in as possible here, aren't we? I mean, 1900 damage ain't bad, but... Not sure if it was worth as much as the investment we put into it. That's right, we'll just draw some boss monsters now. There's one. Unfortunately, it is an awkward one. Because... That's probably going to be... a, barrier, based on how he's been playing. We summon, we activate the effect, discard, bring this back. We tribute 1, we tribute 2, summon the boy, we summon, tribute, summon out the boy, set, activate the effect, activate the skill. Go to battle. Swing into this. Swing into this. It is the barrier. Okay. And that's gonna be the win. Okay, was that better than our last Beyond... Not Beyond Curacy. What's this called? We'll save that replay. That might be a good one to include. Why does this guy even play the level 6 anyway? It suck. So it's a weird one, right? Because technically, if you squint, it is a +1, right? You summon a guy, you tribute a guy, so you've -1 to get out your boss. Then we tribute that guy off, or send him back to the deck, and then we get 3 cards to our hand. So it does +1 us. So there is that, right? Is that inherently a good thing? Kinda, because he gets back, what, any Cyburst monsters? So you could get back a whole maximum. And if you do play Talismanic Seal Array, you have a way to get all of the, like, the excess Cyburst stuff out of the graveyard. And you can somewhat manipulate by tribute summoning. But, in my mind, the Cyburst deck is like the worst good deck. And I feel like it's going to kind of probably hold that position until better support comes out. So I don't think it's inherently, like, just wrong to run that. Other than you will get more games of just non-games because you're drawing a bunch of level 6 monsters that you can't do anything with. So it's very high roll, but you can high roll very well with it, I guess is the answer. I think if you're going for consistency, yeah, I don't think I'd play it. I think it's not great. If you're just playing on ladder and trying to get like some wacky wins, I think it's okay. Adhere Summer. Right. Oh, it's our first rower today. Is this going to be a Royal Rebel player? Oh, no, it's not. Is this going to be Harpies? Is it going to be another Thunder? We've already played against a load of Thunder. We've only played against one Harpy today. We've played against one Noodle player. Could be another Noodle player. But the whole gimmick of this deck is mill. So what is the chance of having 3 monsters in graveyard? I mean, that's why we play things like Talismanic Seal Array, right? It's also a bit of a weird one, because Beyond Curiosity, I would say, is like the mill version of the deck. It is thunder. Okay. Well, there's an Essel. Essel, go! Spin that wheel! I mean, there's no reason not to summon a Fire Guardian. Right. Out you come. Now the question is, do we pop the back row? I don't think we need. Right. Let's go ahead and activate our skill, because why not? Boost this up. Go to battle. Now, thunder monsters don't tend to have very big butts, so I am going to get very, very greedy. We're going to attack with this. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I'm an idiot. Did I not see him tribute set that? I just was not paying any attention whatsoever. We just took a load of damage for no reason and did 1,000 less damage for no reason. Well, that's fine. We didn't need that. I was completely oblivious to the fact he tribute set that monster. I saw the monsters engrave. I knew he did it. I still managed to somehow forget. Go for shout. Yeah, you can shout. I don't mind losing this card out of my hand. Goes for the Essel. Oh, okay, you only do it as level 7 or higher, so we can't even do that. That's very funny. I'm not a big fan of shout in this deck. I think it's very win more. It's like, oh, I'm already going to be in a winning position, and then I'll use this to make it so my opponent can't stall me out. Okay. I can actually keep that around. No, I can't. No matter what, I couldn't have kept that around. Okay. Things aren't looking good. This is probably not going to go well, but we will do what we can. And now it starts off with Karibot. We'll grab this back. And then summon it out. We'll bring out the Dragius. Activate the effect. Summon. Repeat this out. Activate the skill. Boost up our Fire Guardian. Go to battle. Swing over this. Swing over this. Swing over this. And then we just pass. No zombie player, Sag. Well, yeah. Brain when see one set monster and 2 monsters in graveyard. Mate, I don't know what my brain does half the time. What are the alternatives to shout? It increases the chances to pierce, although there is less level 7 decks these days. I mean, that's just a... Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. That might just lose us the game, him hitting that. There's a lot of different cards you could run. Right? I don't know what specifically I would run in that slot, but... is this just death straight up? Yeah, he's got 2,000 damage on board. I don't know why he's spinning plates. Let's get... Right, we're not going to sit here and watch him spin plates. Let's just get out of that one and go next. Morning, Tomato. Have you heard about Rush Duel Worlds? Yes! We heard about the qualifiers starting in... Let me get it up again. June! Which is quite exciting. Welcome on in, by the way, JD Scrub. Another archive skill. So, what is this going to be? It's going to be another Thunder player. There's a lot of Thunder players on ladder today. They've become the new Harpies that seem to be everywhere before. Alright, we'll just set full pass. Shout is bad. If they're keeping cards in hand, it could be they're bricked. At best, you're helping them unbrick to maybe pierce if you drew that one monster in your deck that benefits from Shout. Most people play 2 trigger, and you have to go -1 for Shout. It's very specific. Yeah, basically that. Why would we play... Oh, is this going to be Harpies with the Spellcaster engine? I've seen Harpies do the Dragon engine before. I haven't seen them do the Spellcasters before. Let's activate the effect. Mill some cards. No matter how we do this, it's going to be a little bit awkward. We always set this. That is always happening. What board do we want to end on? I don't think I need to keep this in hand. Which means I don't need any of this. So we'll just set this. Tribute. Tribute. Summon out the boy. We will activate the effects. I want to put one of his back row. Activate the Inferno. Let's just pop the middle one. See what we hit. Bang. Not the best hit, but it's fine. Tribute to summon out the boy. Changes to attack. Go to battle, and we will swing. I guess we'll swing here. That's what he does. Okay, did have the widespread. Again, nothing we can actually do about that, so we'll swing into this next. No, we'll just swing into this. Curtain of Sparks. Okay, I guess that's the reason to play the Dragon Engine. This is just a very, like, mean deck. I don't think this is going to be a particularly good deck our opponent's playing, but, I mean, we still might lose to it, just because our deck isn't particularly good either. I really think the... So, again, that was Magician Shuffle. Wait, if we're a why are we playing... Oh, we're literally just playing Harpy Lady as a way to get to... As a wind, just as a wind monster. That's the only reason we're playing it. Okay, this is the Shock Dragon build. This is what we expected. This is kind of the new way to play this deck. I still don't think this deck is particularly good. He is high rolling us quite a lot right now. But I think this deck, like, there is something there. I don't think it's going to be like a top tier strategy by any stretch. I don't even think this is probably going to be tier 3. It's probably like rogue to like potential. Okay, and we'll get rid of that straight away. Right, let's see what we can draw. We just need some bosses. We got some bosses. We have that to fall back on as well. I think we always start Karibot. Activate Karibot. Bring back Karibot. Then we'll summon out Essel. We'll fire off the Essel effect. But then I'm going to go ahead and tribute 2. Summon out Dragius. Activate the effect. We're then going to summon out Karibot. I'm going to tribute the Karibot. Get out the Fire Guardian. We're going to summon out the Dragorite. We're going to activate our skill. We're going to boost up our Fire Guardian. We're going to flip over Talismanic Accelerate. We're going to put back into our deck 1, 2, 3. We'll put that one back. And we'll weaken this. Now, Shield and Sword would kind of suck. Or Sword and Shield. Curtain of Sparks does nothing. We don't care about that. And then we just kill. That, though, was a pretty good replay. Quite happy with that. Alright, let's play one more game. And then I'm going to take a look at the tournament results. And we're going to go through and do some tier list shenanigans. As always, I would like to get some input from the chat to see what the community thinks is where on the tier lists. Because obviously everyone has their own tier lists. You know, we like to do our own. And tier lists are just fun, right? Who doesn't love making a tier list? I like making tier lists about everything. Everything and anything. So when it's something I actually have a bit of, like, insight into, it's always a lot of fun. Alright, Lamoon is not the most interesting card to start off with here, unfortunately. We'll set this and pass the turn on that. Alright, let's see what our Luke opponent has for us. Rising Light Angel Essel. Well, we've been high rolled, unfortunately. Our opponent has Esseled into Dragius. That is the best possible outcome. And it looks like we're playing its aggro as well. So this is the reason I want Essel gone, is exactly this. Which is like so gross. Oh, he gets punished for getting greedy. Oh, get punished, nerd. Right, let's see what we get. That's not ideal. That's karma calling me out. Right, we'll tribute over this. Summon this boy. Use our skill. Boost this up. I think we just hold the Fire Guardian, because chances are we're going to need it for next turn anyway. We clear the same number of monsters either way. And we'll just pass. And if he summons out a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, he'd get like the same result anyway. It's just an extra 300 damage. Children's Sword. Ooh. That's not ideal. Straight to battle. So normal. Tribute to summon him out. I think we are going to do this. As much as I'd like to just hold on to it, I want to clear some of these monsters. Set this. Activate the skill. Boost one up. And we'll clear this. Just because now, if he does get Light Sword of Sanctuary, it is a little bit awkward for us. We still have the Shield and Sword. Unfortunately, not the best to be used with exactly Fire Guardian, which is a bit of a shame. Alright, let's see what you got for us, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Is it a Dragius? Or is it a Dragius? Oh, we're just going on the defense, eh? Well, I like the look of that. So we're gonna set this. We'll throw out a Dragorite, because I think clearing all three every turn is going to be worth it. It is just swimming in 1,500 attack monsters. Okay, there's a Light Sword of Sanct. There's a regular one, so we can reduce that down to 15. You can't actually clear it with what you've got. You can crash, which does mean I would get some life point damage in. Okay, so that is pretty good. I think we want to use our trap here, because it just means we'll take less damage overall. So we will do this now. Now it's like you can crash here if you want to. I don't think you will, but you have the option. That's not good. Right, we always activate our skill. Boost this up. I think we do just summon the moon. How many gazelles have we gone through? 1, 2, 3. So I shouldn't have to worry about that having a huge butt. We will use Talismanic Sealer right here. Give me some of them high levels back. Do we just go again? We put them back basically all our monsters. If that kills, we get 400 and then he'd be dead anyway. I think we do just go straight to battle. Let's see what he's got. And does he have the guard? No guard, which means we do just get to clean it up. Very, very good. Very happy with that. Alright. And with that, that's going to be probably our last game of the day. Because now we are going to look at some of the tournament results, and we're going to take a look at a tier list. Because I love tier lists. I don't know about everyone else. I adore making tier lists. So, first thing I'm going to do is come over and take a look at the tournament results. Now, this might look a little bit confusing to some people. Basically, we got 3 tournaments here. These are the only 3 tournaments since Scorching Flame Burst's release, which are 16 or more players that are not point battles. And I'll talk a little bit about why those are in a sec. First off, 16 or more players, that is just my own personal, like... Everyone's going to have their own arbitrary point where they're like, anything less than this is just like not what I want to include. I've gone with 16. I think 16 is an okay number for Rush. Obviously, we'd rather that every single tournament we got was like 32 player plus or 64 player plus or 128 player plus. That would be lovely. Unfortunately, the tournaments aren't seeing that kind of turnout, so we've just gone with 16 or more. And then the reason we are not using point battle results, which we have one here, for example, is because point battles, again, don't test the same skill set, as well as the fact that even though they do have a top cut, you can use whatever deck you want in that top cut. So you can swap your deck however you want during the point battle section of the event, and then when you go to the top cut, you can then swap it to anything else that you want. And because of that, that means that the latest one that we had actually had 2 Rider Cross players in the top 4. Not because they managed to earn their spot there using Rider Cross, but because they could swap the deck to whatever they wanted and they wanted to just have fun with it. So they just played a Rider Cross game in the top 4. And I don't want to put Rider Cross on the tier list when I don't think it deserves to be there, right? It hasn't, even though Rider Cross technically took 2nd place, I don't think it earned its spot, right? It got there because it managed to win 1 game against another Rider Cross player, which guaranteed Rider Cross was going to be in top 2, which is why we're going to use our point battle, the decks that did okay in the point battle, like specifically the decks that did like quite well, we're going to have them here, but they're going to be like influencing it towards the end rather than like actually collected within our data. And then over here we have the Rush Duel Dynasty, the Duel Links Dynasty tournament. And this is in here, again, because this was a 14-player tournament. It fell just a little bit shy, which means, once again, we're not going to have it in our main data, but we are going to use it to influence the tier list a little bit later. But as for when we do our first actualization of the tier list, we're just going to be using raw data from these 3 specific tournaments, because this is a week 1 list, which means there isn't going to be that much data for it in the first place. This is just to see how things are going. So as we can see, only 1 deck's won more than 1 tournament, obviously it's been 3, and that is Royal Rebels Death Doom Requiem. That is what the RRDDR stands for. It is not Dance Dance Revolution, before anyone gets excited. So Royal Rebels definitely are doing quite well. They are also placing in top 4. We have 2 top 4 spots, as well as there are 3 more which have made top 8. So already looking quite good. So we've had 4 top 4 spots and a grand total of 7 top 8s, which is quite a lot. Because of that, they are by far our front runner for current best deck. Next up is Overlord, which has had, although it hasn't won a tournament yet, it has had 3 spots in the top 4. 2 of which were in the Quantum Rush, and 1 of which was in the Rush Duel Grand Prix. So still doing quite well. In top 8 though, it hasn't got any spots at all, right? It's got the exact... Overlord has either been top 4 or has not made top 8 at all, right? It's literally that. Harpies, again, has won 1 tournament and has been placing quite highly, and it also did quite well in the Rush Duel Links Dynasty, so there is that. Dawn has been doing okay, Noodles have been doing okay, Dragonic Resonance has been doing okay, Cyburst has like been squeaking by a little bit, and then Aggro also has not made any top 4, but has been making the top 8s, which is not too bad, right? We've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that should actually be 1 more than that one. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. No, it's just 3. It is 3. I don't know why I was adding that in. I know it is 4. The information is incorrect. So that should be 4, and that should be 4. All right. So that does skew it a little bit. But if we sort this back again, I generally am going to use the top 4 as the primary basis, and then we're going to kind of go backwards from there. But so according to this, Royal Rebels should be in number 1 spot. So we'll drag them up already. Because this deck, I think, is somewhat undisputed the king at the moment. It has been placing the highest, it's had the most representation, it has been doing the best. I think it's hard to argue against that based on the stats that we have in front of us. Next up is probably going to be Overlord for similar reasons. It is very hard to argue this isn't the 2nd best deck right now. It can, again, just pull a win out of its butt. And these 2 decks are actually very similar in a lot of ways, in that they can just kind of kill you out of nowhere. The Royal Rebel Death Doom Requiem skill is very, very strong. It lets you get out a board of giant guys, it then lets you tribute them all off and pop your opponent's entire board, burn them for a ton of damage, and then usually attacking for game unless they have trap cards to stop you. So very, very powerful. And the main strength of the Death Doom Requiem deck is that it forces your opponent to play differently. And what we mean by that is, if your opponent haphazardly leaves a bunch of monsters in attack mode or just face up, Death Doom Requiem can punish that so hard by just popping all of those face-up monsters, burning your opponent, getting those monsters out the way so their attacks can become direct attacks, and that is just devastating. So it can be really, really strong. Whereas the Overlord deck is a little bit different. I think, realistically, the spellcaster half of the deck does feel like a worse version of SAR, and this is something I've been saying since the deck came out. But the actual Magnum Overlord half of the deck is so gross. It is so hard to stop Magnum Overlord from just killing you. You can do your best to play around it, and depending on the deck you're playing, that is sometimes a possibility and an option. Some decks don't get that luxury, and they have to just push damage where they can. And so those decks get really, really punished by this. There aren't that many cards to deal with this, like boss monster as well. And we did just get Slime, which is a really good trap card against every deck in the format except Overlord. And Overlord can still use Slime to great effectiveness against every other deck. So it's like Overlord got a new tool to help them against every other deck, but nothing got a new tool to deal with Overlord. So Overlord's still very, very, very powerful. Next up is going to be Harpies. I think Harpies has pretty much solidified itself as a tier 1 deck at this point. It's very, very strong. It won a tournament. It's come second place in a couple of other tournaments. It is a great deck. I think a lot of people were put off by this deck because it's seeing a lot of play on ladder, and because it was very free-to-play friendly, that means that a lot of people were seeing bad players or like non-rush players play this deck quite a lot. And oh, music's gone. Go and fix that, shall we? And because of that, people kind of wrote the Harpy deck off as not being very good, but in the right hands, this deck can be very, very strong. So I think it does make sense for it to be here. And then I think the last deck I want to put in tier 1, which I'm not even sure if I think it should be in tier 1, is going to be the Dawn Dinos. This, I struggle between tier 1 and tier 2. Hey, thank you for the follow, Bronzy. Welcome, welcome. This deck is so teetering between tier 1 and 2 in my mind. I think it's a good deck, it's a strong deck, and the Dragius variant can pop off, has a good way to get to your opponent's life points. The non-Dragius variant, though, feels more consistent. It feels like it gets to do its game plan a lot more often. So, like, it's awkward where to put it. I do think I'm probably going to leave it in tier 1. I think tier 1 does fit the Dawn Dino deck. I don't know how... I think it's definitely towards the end of tier 1 and not the beginning of tier 1, though, right? That's kind of where I'm leaning right now. It's a generally quite good deck because of the ability to boost up your dinosaurs, right? You get out a Megazowler, you can boost its attack up to 24. That 24 is a little bit shy of what we would like it to be, but it's still decent, as well as the fact the deck has a lot of very high defense monsters, which means it can play around Shield and Sword and Shield quite well, which a lot of other decks really struggle to do. In fact, every other deck here really, really struggles to deal with Shield and Sword and Shield, but Dawn Dinos does not because, again, big defense points, really good. Make tier 1.5, we're not doing that. It's just going to bounce between the two. So next up is going to be Noodles. It's got to be Noodles, right? It has to be Noodles. Noodles are, to some people, they think this deck is crap. Other people think this deck is overpowered. I don't think either of those things. I think it is a solid tier 2 deck. Top of tier 2. It's good enough to win games. I won a tournament on this deck exactly. This list right here is me. We won the Duel Links Dynasty. And this list is also me, coming second place in the Angel Cup. So I think the deck does have legs. It's also seen another top 8, and it also did come in third place, or third/4th, in the Rush Duel Dynasty, which actually I think was actually third because it was a double elimination tournament, which means there was actually a decided third place. So did come third place. The deck is decent. It has a really big turn push play where you can make this like ridiculous board, get tons of attack, and attack in for just a ridiculous amount of damage and kill your opponent. Now, this deck does have a couple of major weaknesses. One, it does not do very well into set 3 pass. We do not have any piercing, we don't have really good ways to pop monsters, we don't have any way to attack directly, we are lacking all of those things. So the best way we have is to use Extra Spice's burn effect to just keep burning through our opponent and deal 1000 damage whenever we can, which is pretty good, right? That's not bad, but 1000 damage a turn is not the same as piercing through or using a Dragius to attack over their monster and attack them directly. It is not the same as attacking directly with a Kime ruler, I guess. It's a very weak version of being able to get to your opponent's life points, which is a bit of a shame, as well as the fact this deck's boss monsters all have 0 defense, which is really bad again into Shield and Sword and Shield, and that's why those cards are still very, very prevalent, because a lot of these really strong decks do lose to that card, or those cards, super, super hard. So that is a little bit disappointing. The final weakness that this really has is, it's, what's the best way to phrase this? The deck can feel a little bit inconsistent at times, but I think you can stem that a little bit. So basically, there's 2 versions of this deck. There's the build where you focus on Flame Cerberus, and that is generally quite good because it's easier to get out a Flame Cerberus because it only requires 1 tribute. Now, some people will say, yeah, but if you use the skill on a level 7 monster or a level 8 monster, you'll get the body back, which is like paying for itself. But there will be some situations where you don't get that luxury, right? You've only got 1 monster to tribute. So Cerberus is just better in that situation, therefore it is more consistent. The other thing is that, again, that 1800 defense is very, very important against exactly Shield and Sword and Shield. Now, the other version of the deck that does play like the 3 extra spice and the 3 spice is still a good deck. I think that is a very strong deck. That deck hasn't been seeing anywhere near as good of results at the moment. But if your opponent isn't playing exactly Shield and Sword and Shield, I guess you could make an argument for, like, if you're not running into Thunders, because Thunders also are really good into this deck because they can change your 0 defense monsters to defense, attack over them with whatever, or if you have 0 cards in hand, they can pierce over you, your 0 defense, which is really, really good. So, you know. Will there be a Dragius Maximum coming to Duel Links soon? We don't know about soon, but there will be a Dragius Maximum coming eventually. So we know that. Agreed on tier 2 status, though, just because it loses hard to back row, like you mentioned. Yes. So that was the other thing I was going to mention that I completely forgot about, is Slime. Slime kills Noodles, right? Noodles want to have 1 massive turn of making a big-ass board, slamming into your opponent and trying to kill them at one go. Slime is kind of Waboku, right? In that it says, no, I'm not going to die. You'll still lose your board, and you'll probably still lose some life points depending on what life points you're on. But you can guarantee you're not going to die that turn. And that is really, really powerful. Let's wet the old whistle. So, with that said, still a good deck. It has won tournaments. It has placed second in tournaments. To be fair, most of that's me, but still, it's good, right? I think this deck is good. I think anyone that's sleeping on this deck is letting themselves down, right? It's genuinely quite a good deck. If it had, like, built-in piercing, that deck would actually be unbelievably strong. So what's next? Dragonic Resonance. I think Resonance deserves a spot in tier 2. I think Resonance has proved itself as being a competent deck. The deck never really went away. It's always been around. It's just fallen off on how good it is. But I think with the unhits, it has now been able to rise back up to tier 2 status. It's been placing okay. Like, if we take a look, Resonance did take, you know, 3rd place here. It got 4th place here. It's been doing okay, right? It's not popping off. It's not like winning everything, but it's there. It exists. It's doing its thing, and it's doing that thing quite well. Being able to pop back row consistently is always going to be a really, really strong asset, as well as the fact that you can use the Dragonic Resonance skill to boost everyone's levels to be high enough to avoid a lot of trap cards such as Slime, which is very, very good. This is like one of the best decks used to play around back row, but again, a lot of its boss monsters do have quite low defense, so it's another deck that loses to Shield and Sword and Shield, which is a little bit of a letdown, but other than that, pretty good. Then it's going to be Cyburst, which I think is going to be down in tier 3. Cyburst has been doing okay, right? It's not doing anything crazy. Cyburst has got 1 top 4 result, and then that's it. That is literally it. It has not had any top 8s. I never really rate the Cyburst list personally, and I think the data does back that up, where it is, and we keep saying this every time we do a tier list, it is the worst best deck. It is the worst tiered deck a lot of the time. And I don't really like it because it feels like the deck has so many weaknesses. Without the ability to summon out the maximum, the deck doesn't have a good way to get to your opponent's life points. It still never has that big aggro pressure that a lot of the other AoE swarm decks have. Things like Seven's Axel Road, things like the Noodle deck, even things like the what's it called? Not Hell Shooting Invasion. Death Doom Requiem. Harpies even does this to an extent. Servant of Dawn does this. They're all able to put up these like big boards, and I feel like Maximum Ragnaroks is never as big as those boards. Now, you do get these really interesting turns where you get to summon out 2 boss monsters in one go, or summon out 1 boss monster and weaken one of your opponents and be able to clear their board, and that all feels great. It just doesn't feel like it wins enough as it should. A lot of the effects in this deck are just gain attack or weaken your opponent's attack, and they're not actually accomplishing anything. So it feels like it's almost maximum or bust, but I feel like the best versions of this deck don't actually maximum summon. So it's a weird deck. But I think tier 3 kind of suits it. And then there's aggro. Aggro is in a weird spot. So aggro hasn't been doing a ton recently. We got zombie aggro, thunder aggro, aggro, and dawn aggro, which is also kind of aggro. It's also kind of dawn. It's a weird one. This is just like the other version. I think we're going to count this as its own thing for now, rather than like putting it up with dawn. I think we're going to have dawn and aggro as like separate lists. I think aggro is a little bit better than Cyburst personally, even though Cyburst has had one, you know, higher tiered top. It won 1 more game effectively than aggro, but aggro has gotten to the chance to get to top 4 a lot more often than Cyburst has. So I think it's fair to put aggro ahead of it. Aggro still has a lot of the same benefits it's always had. Running multiple copies of Dragius is always going to be really, really powerful. Multi-attack is obviously always going to be really, really good. You still are playing the good stuff pile, so you're playing just all the best cards in the game. It's just consistent, good. It's very simple to play as well, because it's basically a lot of the time you're just going to be like slam out monster, slam out monster, slam out monster, as high attack as possible, smash, 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 smash. And anyone that's played aggro since Rush Duel came out is going to be able to pick up this deck and learn it very, very quickly, because it hasn't really changed much at time. So again, aggro is just generally quite good. What does that leave? So that is every single list that has topped in a tournament. That is all of them. So then we've got kind of our potential decks, right? And so this is also going to include some of the new decks. I think 7XL Road, basically nobody's been bringing this tournament, bringing this to tournaments. But if we go back a little bit, we can see that SAR was being played until very recently, until basically the new box came out. And before that, SAR was also doing very, very well. So nothing has like hit this deck. The only thing that's really changed is Hell Tuning Invasion has gone away, basically, because we haven't been seeing that really much either. And 7's Axel Road had such a good matchup into that deck that if you knew you were going to play against a lot of that, you could get basically like a lot of free wins with it. I still think 7's Axel Road is good. I don't think it has fallen off at all. We might pop this up in a minute, but right now we are just looking at the data. And the data says nobody is playing this deck, therefore it cannot be a tiered deck at the moment. Then there's Hell Tuning Invasion. I think, again, it's still strong. It's still good. It is nowhere near where it used to be, but it's really, really good. Royal Rebels literally surpassed Maximum. I mean, yeah. It turns out if we hit one of the Royal Rebel skills, the other one is just as good, if not better. I don't know about better, because the new deck, the new Death Doom Requiem Royal Rebel deck, still has an issue where you cannot get through set 3 pass. That is still a problem that it has. Hell Tuning Invasion obviously fixed that problem, but it fixed it too hard, which did make the Death Doom kind of feel a lot better now. But I still think Hell Tuning Invasion is a good skill. It still does have the ability to get through set 3 pass, which is always going to be really, really good. The problem this deck now has is that it's not going to be able to just wipe your opponent's board and then just get in and do like an absolute crap ton. I think this is going to be more of a slower version of the deck, where I think a lot of the time, rather than revolving around Invasion, you're going to use it more just to flip cards up to then pop them using the heavy metal. I think that's kind of the new way you'll play the deck. Hey, Volcano, welcome on in. The new Royal Rebel skill feels like an actual playstyle and not just a win con like the old skill. Exactly. I think Manicist has summed it up very, very well there. I think the last Royal Rebel skill that we had, the Hell Tuning Invasion, basically said, I'm going to do all of the heavy lifting on my own, and I'm going to force Invasion to be good. No matter what, Invasion will be good. It will be crazy strong. And the new skill basically kind of does the same thing for Doom Metal, except it doesn't just auto-win through everything, right? A lot of the time, I think, did Sora's SRM get kicked out? So right now, Whistling Bird, we are literally just looking at the tournament results of the last week. So these are all of the tournament results that we've had since Scorching Flame Burst came out. And nobody is playing SAR. Nobody that has top 8'd has used SAR, which is why currently it's down here. We haven't, like, again, right now we are just looking at the data, and we're going to kind of like put our own bias in and start finicking things around a bit in a minute. So this is kind of where it is right now. Next up, it's probably going to be Aqua. I don't know if this is, we might move Aqua around in a sec, but I think Aqua is again, only Shelmy was playing it for the longest time and still putting up tournament results, which nobody thought was going to happen. I think nobody can really count this deck out, especially if Shelmy is behind the wheel. That's like my opinion on Aqua. But I don't think it's going to, I think, if anywhere, it's going to be like a low tier 3, but potential, I think, suits it right now. Incredibly funny that Requiem's solution to not being able to break parity is to deck the opponent out Lamau. So it's very funny because when I played in the Angel Cup, so that would be this one here, there were so many Royal Rebel players, right? There was, like, Japan is all on the Royal Rebel train. They love that deck. They are so all in that that is the best deck in the format. And on Noodles, every time I played against a Royal Rebel, it was basically a free win. So we actually did play that entire tournament on stream. So that's going to be a VOD. It's also on our VOD channel over on YouTube, if anyone wants to watch that. But basically, we stalled them out. We were able to just sit there and just keep getting rid of their boss monsters, only have one monster face up on the field, burn them slowly using extra spice, recycle extra spice using Talismanic Seal Array and using the Monster Incarnation, and we were able to just stall them out pretty much every single game. So it got a bit weird because it meant that my games were taking a very long time, but they were basically free wins. We very, very rarely felt there was any chance we could lose against those decks. So it's a weird one, because I feel like if you do just go full aggro against a Royal Rebel player, they will punish you so hard, and that's obviously not what you want. How do you get 3 copies of each Harpy Lady's maximum? You cannot, Wrongzy. Unfortunately, the only one you can get 3 copies of is the middle piece. The other 2 are hard locked at 1 copy at the moment. We will expect them to come out in the future. But, actually, speaking of that, there is also one new deck that's been seeing quite a lot of play. And I thought this deck was limited to the point battles. That's basically the only place we've been seeing it, and that is the Maximum Stall deck. That is basically a deck that is built to just buy as much time as possible and then maximum summon to try and kill your opponent. Now, primarily this has been done with Harpy Ladies, but this has also been being seen play in Magnum Overlord as well, and it is awful to play against. I absolutely despise it. But I did play against it round 1 in the Rush Duel Links Dynasty tournament. Again, this was me who won it. So I did manage to beat it there, but game 1, because I didn't know what kind of deck it was, it completely destroyed me. Then after that, we managed to overcome it, and we've been seeing it see a little bit more play. In the latest Rush Duel Links point battle, we did see 2 different players playing different variants of it. One of them was on a Overlord version, the other one was on the Harpy Lady version. And the whole point, again, is just stall, get your maximum out, OTK your opponent. That is the entire strategy of the deck. Now, this is fine on its own, but I did recently see people in Japan have also been tweeting lists that are basically the same, which means Japan has also now discovered Maximum Stall as a thing, and that terrifies me because I don't want Maximum Stall to be a deck. I do not want that to exist. So we'll have to see where that goes, but I'm a little bit worried about that. Yeah, I picked it up a while back, and it's just auto won because anyone who didn't know what Requiem did. Yeah, it's so funny how you can get such free wins on the Royal Rebel list if people don't know how to play around it. Like, the original Royal Rebel list, I say the original, the Hell Tuning Invasion version, was very, very good because your opponent cannot really play around it. You can't put your monsters in a certain position, you can't do a certain thing. It's literally, do you draw the back row to out it or not? Now, you could put things like 0 attack level 1 monsters in your deck to help mitigate specifically heavy metal, but nothing stopped Invasion from wiping your whole board. There was just nothing in the entire game you could do to do that. The new version of Royal Rebels basically says your opponent has to do their best to only have 1 face-up monster at all times, else they might just randomly die. And even if you do have just the one face-up monster, they can still pop that monster with either, you know, Requiem or with Heavy Metal even, or Doom Metal, and then just get one direct attack in, which also can just kill you, depending on what life you're already on. So, like, it forces you to play a certain way, which is very, very powerful. Any deck that forces your opponent to play in a different way is always going to be really, really strong. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. What do they play, as in what stall strats? I don't know if we have easy access to a list right now. I'd have to, like, go digging through Twitter. But the gist is, at least, like, the main, like, Harpy stall deck, is you play one copy of each of the Harpy Maximum pieces. And the reason you do that is because you can then, if they go to Graveyard, you can get them back using, like, Trick Pigeon or using something like Monster Incarnation. And if you've drawn 2 of them out of your deck already, you can then use the skill Draw Sense Wind to force, because the only wind monsters in your deck are the Harpy Maximum pieces, you can force the 3rd piece to your hand, then use it with the other 2 pieces, either from your graveyard or from your hand, and then maximum summon. The way that you kind of store them out is using things like Slime, Widespread, you're playing things like Recital, you're playing the Guard, you're playing all of these sorts of cards. As well as the monsters you're playing are going to be 2500 butted monsters, so that will sometimes be things like the new Shock Dragon, or sometimes that's like a Yami Ruler. And so people have been playing all of these cards together to try and just, again, stall out the game as long as possible until they assemble the whole maximum piece and then try and OTK you with it. Now, one of the good ways that I found to deal with it is to only have one monster on your field, because if it's the Harpy Maximum specifically, when they do summon it out and use the skill and use its effect, it will go up to, I think, what was it, 4,900 attack and then burn you for 500, which means they can't OTK you. So that's kind of been my counter to it, but, like, it's not foolproof. So again, it's awkward to play around, but that's how I've been doing it. Is there a max? There is a maximum is OP than Harpies. It's called Dragius Burst. I don't think Konami would allow 2 OP cards to be added in Duel Links, since it can attack 3 times and gain 1000 attack for every monster that is attacked by sending 3 cards into the graveyard. So, I think it will eventually come out. Will it be attached to a skill, is my question. Because I wouldn't be surprised if people thought it was genuinely going to be crazy, crazy overpowered. All you do is lock it behind a skill that limits when you can use it, limits how you can use it, right? And I think Duel Links has shown in the past that it's quite capable of doing that. There is a skill right now in Duel Links that gets you Baron de Fleur, right? That is crazy in Duel Links. But it's balanced, right? It's not winning tournaments, so it's fine. So again, you just attach it to a skill if it was going to be a massive problem. What other decks did we want to talk about? We've already done SAR. Thunder. Oh, we have not talked about Thunder. Thunder is a weird one. Thunder has not been topping. It's not been even in top 8s. People have forgotten Thunder exists. And Thunder is good. Like, it's not a bad deck. It has really good matchups into a lot of these decks up here. It has a really good matchup into Noodles, I think. It's a bit awkward into some of these other decks. I'm not going to lie. These top 4, maybe it doesn't have as strong a matchup into. It's pretty good into Resonance as well, I think. But yeah, this has just, like, fallen off. I don't think it's inherently a bad deck. I think it's still very strong. It did very, very well in the point battle. So there's that. I think people are just currently in new stuff hype, right? New box hype, new deck hype. People want to try out the new Royal Rebels. People have found new ways to play Harpies. People are still playing Overlord because they like free wins. Dawn Dino has been, like, very popular, and we've also been seeing the Noodles be doing quite well. So I think people are just like, I want to play the new stuff, and because that Thunder has fallen by the wayside a little bit, obviously that's a bit of speculation, but that's kind of where I see it. And then I guess the last one is going to be Ancient Forces. Some people have still been playing this deck a little bit. I don't think this deck is bad. I think in a lot of ways, though, it does feel just like a worse version of the 7XL Road. So there is that. But I think the deck still does have its merits. It's able to recycle its boss monsters quite a lot. It's able to hurt the opponent's graveyard. It's able to have a monster pop, which is quite good. It can also run Dragius, which means we can get through set 3 pass. Although, as we'll talk about in a minute, sometimes running just like one of Dragius is just not going to cut it. Dino Maximum would be added soon since it appears in the anime. I mean, with any luck, yeah, but without a good skill, the Dino Maximum is not going to be very good, unfortunately. Thunder need another / different boss monster to make it less balanced and give it some sort of greater burst potential. I think decks that are too safe at the moment are suffering in this aggro-centric meta. The problem is there aren't that many, like, Thunder boss monsters in general. Like, if we come over here, we take a look at we just filter this by Thunder monsters. T. And then rather than popularity, we'll go by level. So, that doesn't really count. These are fusions. So there's the creator, which is a legend. Then there's Hans Ray Destlio, which I can't actually really show that very well. Let's put it up here. Hopefully that will... There we go. Send up to 2 random cards from your opponent's hand to the graveyard. 2300 attack. I mean, it helps get the thunder effects on, but it's a 2300 attack monster. So, you know, more fusions. Then there's Thunderbolt, the Blazing Thunder. This is a very strange card because Thunderbolt spawned like its own deck that was top tier for a very long time. This card is limit 1 in the physical game because it's just so good. It might be limit 2 now. I think it's limit 1. I'll have to go and have a look. But during the turn you normal summon this card, sends up to the graveyard. This card gains 300 attack from 26, which is fine. At the end of the turn, then if you have 4 or more level 7 monsters with different names in your graveyard, so you just play like a level 7 toolbox deck, you can special summon 1 level 7 monster from your graveyard place up to your field, which just lets you cheat out something really good. Generally, something that could either, you know, kill your opponent on its own, or something that has like a really good advantage engine effect, like one of the can monsters. I can't remember which one it is, but it's the dark blue one. That deck has still so much potential. When will Fusion be released on Duel Links? It probably won't be for a little while yet. I would say we're going to have at least 2 more boxes before Fusions come out, based on what we've seen so far. Although, how many of those will be like deck build boxes and stuff, and super minis is a bit up for debate. It's still at 1 Keck, but really should come back to 2 at this point. Yeah. I mean, I think this card probably won't... I don't know if it won't come to Duel Links early, or if it will just come immediately limited to something. Because I think Thunderbolt is really cool, but Thunderbolt was one of the probably 2 or 3 times that we've had a deck come out which is kind of a good stuff pile, rather than like people playing archetypes. And I think Konami want people playing archetypes, right? That's almost what Duel Links is as well. It's the anime decks for the most part. And Thunderbolt basically just brought us to a tier 7 toolbox deck, and I think the only other times where the game felt like homogenized in that kind of way was like the gate order decks, when just those decks are just like put a load of normal monsters in your deck, and I'm just like not the biggest fan of that, but I know some people really like it. But then like after that you got Thunderbolt the Echoing Thunder, which is, this is Volcano support, so this isn't even for the Thunder deck. And then we go down to like level 6s, so like there isn't a lot of options for boss monsters for Thunder to get. Until Fusions come out, I don't think Thunder's going to change much. Now, we'll probably get Hans Ray Destlio sooner than later, right? I don't think, if this card came out too much later, I don't think it'd actually do anything. So maybe we'll see this come out at some point. But is this card going to like change the face of Thunder forever? Probably not. This card just makes like Trigger Drago live more often, which is not bad, right? I don't think that's a bad thing by any stretch. I think this is fine. But is it going to like break Thunder? I don't think so. Thunder could get a new skill with a new boss. Yes. To be fair, I think the Thunder skill we have at the moment is doing a lot of heavy lifting for the Thunder deck. Being able to both weaken a monster and change a monster's battle position is crazy. That skill is so good, right? Without both of those things, I don't think Thunder would be even remotely a tiered deck. But by doing both of those things, it's so good. Does Noodle have any more support that can be added to Duel Links? Yes, Noodle definitely does. So, if we go and take a look at Noodle cards specifically, when Fusions come out, that's when Noodles are going to like really pop off, because there is a couple more Noodle arts that we don't have yet, but they're not going to do much, right? So one of them is the Noodle Art of Spicery, which is just 300 attack and piercing. This is bad, unfortunately. If we could recycle this card specifically, it would be pretty good, but without being able to recycle it, it's a bit mid. And then there's Sorcery, which is send cards from your hand to the graveyard at the number of pirate normal monsters in your graveyard, or up to the number. Draw cards equal to the number of cards sent to the graveyard to make this effect. Then if you have a face-up pirate normal monster, you can draw 1 card. So this basically just is a filter card, right? We discard a bunch of cards, draw some cards, and if we have a card on field, it replaces itself as well, so we don't lose anything. So generally, okay, not a bad card. This card has seen some play. The fusion monster specifically also really good. The Miso Instant, the Special Noodle Ninja, is our Piercer. So again, we want Piercing, because Piercing lets us get to our opponent's life points. This is our Piercer. That's pretty good. And then there's Meat Spice, the Special Noodle Ninja, which is a bit more interesting. During the main phase that we special summon this card, we can inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. Now notable, this is special summoned, which means if we do revive this with something, we can use its effect again. Inflicting another 1,000 is pretty good, especially since it's made using extra spice. So the idea is we'd summon out extra spice, burn our opponent for 1,000, draw a card, then fuse extra spice off into meat spice, burn our opponent for another 1,000, so that's 2,000 burn immediately, then draw another card, which is also pretty good. Then if we drew by this effect, we can set a Noodle Art of Savory or Sorcery from our graveyard to our spell trap zone. So basically, as you should know, when we fusion summon, we have, 3 monsters on the field. We minus all of them, right? So we minus the fusion spell, minus the one monster, minus the second monster. Then we make our fusion monster. We draw a card because of its effect, so we've already replaced one of the cards gone. Then if we do recycle back our Sorcery or our Savory, we have basically completely replaced all of the value that we put into our fusion monster, which is really good. Because a lot of the other fusion monsters don't plus you at all. So being able to just get all that back is pretty good. And 2900 attack is a pretty good stat, and it's level 9, which is also good because that means it gets over all the cards that say level 8 or lower. So in general, quite good. But I think that's kind of it for like tiered decks. I think now we'll just talk about, I don't know, maybe we'll put our machines in here as well. I think machines deserve a spot, to be honest. I think machines are like fine. I don't think they're, again, going to be like a tiered deck, but I think they deserve to be in potential. More importantly, where's our Aqua support? Nah, not enough level 7. Tell that to Aquas. Aquas have one monster. They have one boss monster. This deck has still been putting up results. I mean, this deck's fine. They get the normal monster. That's what, 2500 attacker. They've got the it's called Ace Breaker, and they've got Barrel Dragon. I think the deck's fine. I mean, for Ace, yeah, the Ace Breaker's fine. It's got like 3 different monsters. You don't need more than that. If there's a chance we can get a new world, is there a chance we can get a new world? Probably not. Never say never. But I don't think so, personally. I think they'd rather put a lot of effort and thought into releasing fusions rather than trying to like force out Go Rush. You don't get attack boost these days. I mean, I still think it's fine. Again, I'm not saying this is like a tier 1 deck. I'm saying this is the bottom of high potential. Like, it's not, I'm not putting it in tier 3. I'm putting it in potential. Because the meta has so many level 6 decks these days. Yeah, I mean, this is arguably kind of a level 6 deck. This is definitely not. This is definitely... this deck has a lot of level 6s in it, to be fair. This is definitely a level 6 deck. This is kind of a level 6 deck. This is... It has level 6s in it. This isn't. This isn't. This definitely is. Machine is in the Innovator waiting room. Yes! See, Volt knows. Volt knows. When Mirror Innovator comes out, machines are going to be so good. I'm actually a little bit worried. And not that Mirror Innovator is going to be too good. That machines don't get a good skill because their boss monster is so good. That's what I'm worried about. Because I would like Mirror Innovator to come out and make machines like a tier 1 deck. I would love for that to happen. But I'm a little bit worried they nerf them by giving them kind of a mid skill. Or just don't give them a skill at all. I don't think it's a new world. I don't think a new world. I think a huge dump of fusion content, a huge event, and loads of cards at once. Yeah, that's what I would like to see. I want another main box to come out when fusions come out. That's what I would like. Now, Konami haven't really shown that they want to do that, but that's what I would really like. Give everyone a bunch of fusion stuff all at once. The only problem with that is, what do you release after that, right? You kind of want to dribble out the fusion support so that people keep coming back because, oh, finally my deck got its fusion, right? What about DM control with Battle Trap? Alright, I'm going to put this down here under machines. I think Dark Magician is not very good, but I think the new Shock Dragon support that it got has given it something to do. The deck has always struggled with, I can make 2,500 boards and I can sit behind my traps and then do nothing else. Now that we have Shock Dragon, you can kind of semi-competently nuke your opponent's board by 2,500 attack, which is actually quite good. So I'm going to put this down here. Again, still potential. Haven't really seen this deck do anything outside of a couple of ladder games, but there might be something there. I don't think the rest of this really matters, other than we'll talk about some of the new decks. Deadass, they might end up putting Innovator at limit 3. I would be shocked if they didn't do that, to be honest. I would be actually shocked. If Seme Ruler is limit 3, I don't see Mirror Innovator coming out as not limit 3, right? Except maybe they'll put it like as limit 1. That would be the only other thing I could see, but even that would be crazy. So next up we've got the boy, the man, the myth, the Volcano attack dragon. I don't know. This is going to go here, maybe. Again, we are going to like mix all this up in a minute. This is just like our first initial thoughts of where we think these are kind of going based, again, on the data. We're not touching any of this at the moment because this is what the data says. The data says these are tier 1 decks, these are tier 2 decks, and these are tier 3 decks. That is what the data says. We do not go against the data until we're done with the data, and then we'll start mixing it up. What are the other ones again? Which other ones are we talking about? The other new decks, or how powerful is Mirror Innovator anyway? So Mirror Innovator is pretty good. So it's less about Mirror Innovator's like overwhelming power, because it's a 2400 attack monster, right? Which is underwhelming, right? But the effect to recycle monsters is very, very strong. Just being able to put monsters back in your deck is good. Next up, it gains attack equal to the levels of the monsters shuffled back, which means this guy can get up to ridiculously high attack, right? If you shuffle back like 2 other Mirror Innovators and then like one other level 7, you can easily get this guy up to 2100, or give it an extra 21, put it up to 45, which means it can clear a maximum on its own, which is pretty good. The main reason this card is really, really, really good is because on top of doing both of those things, you can shuffle back exactly 1 monster and give it piercing, which means this gives machines a good way to get through your opponent's set 3 pass board. If we just summoned a level 7, it becomes a 3100 attack piercer, which is very, very strong. So Steel Mechlord Mirror Innovator is just, it's so versatile, it does so much, and everything it does do is really good. The only real negative about this card is it doesn't have 2500 attack. Like, that's like the one bad thing. You could also make an argument its defense could be a bit higher, but 1800 is still a good defense stat. So like, yeah. Volcano at bottom of tier 2. Again, right now, Manicist, we are just looking at the data. The data says this deck is crap. That's what the data says right now. We will be throwing them in where we think, but right now it has not been placing in any of these events. It's just not here. It is not seeing tournament love, therefore it's not seeing our love yet. The other one so far, unsorted decks. So down here we have, I mean, a lot of these are outdated, right? Like Blue Falcon formation, we don't care about that. This is actually Warriors is another good one. I think Warriors should be up here somewhere, maybe either here or here. I think Pure Warriors is still good, right? Is it actually good? I think Pure Warriors has fallen off because of exactly skills that have made our monsters attack get really, really big. Would you look at that? It is Mechlord raiding. Welcome on in. You have caught us making a tier list for Rush. We've got our data. We've been using that data to fill out our tier list and see where we think the decks go. So welcome on in, fellow duelists. Well, we have some chat to catch up on. The other unsorted decks, yeah. So there's not really much in here. You can see right across. The only decks you can't see is this. Who we're going to put him in rogue. Spoiler alert, that's where he's going. If Mirror was released at Limit 3 right now, it'd be good, but not too good, or not too strong. Depends what they add with the Innovators release. Exactly. We're expecting to see a lot of Earth Machines probably come out around that time, or Mirror Innovator to come out after the Earth Machine box, which will probably be like the Asana box, which we're expecting to be like the next biggish box. So, loved Steel Mech in the Rush Duel video game. I hope we get it soon for Duel Links. Me too, brother. How frequent a tournament do you consider for the raw data? So we basically just keep track of every tournament. That's what we try to do, right? Our own like arbitrary cutoff is 16 players. So if it's a tournament and it doesn't have at least 16 players, it doesn't make the list. Such as this. This list, the Duel Links Dinks Dynasty, this only had 14 players, so it's not part of our data. But we do have it here to like influence our final thoughts, basically. So all 3 of these have at least 16 players and they're not point battles. That is our criteria for making this data set. And that's what we've got right now. Is 7 Sphere Magician powerful? So it's not... 7 Sphere Magician is a weird one, because 7 Sphere Magician is really good at playing around Magic Cylinder, and weakening your opponent's monsters a lot of the time is arguably better than strengthening yours, because if one of your monsters' attack gets stopped, you can still use other monsters to attack over that same monster. Boosting attack is generally better only if you can have multiple attacks. So, you know, it's kind of that. I keep forgetting to test Celerity Lamau. Yeah, I've tested it a little bit, and it still has the problem of it's a Battle Trap reliant deck. and a lot of the current best decks boost their attack to a crap ton and just attack over your battle traps. So I'm not really sure where I put it right now, right? Because obviously back when it was doing quite well, it was when you could run 3 copies of the barrier and 3 copies of Deadly Slash, and those would keep your guys alive. Now you can't really do that as well. I see Dino in Tier 1. Yes, this is specifically Dawn Dino. So this is Servant of Dawn Dinosaurs, which has been doing quite well. The real kind of innovator on this, I suppose, is Manicist. I think he was the first person that actually brought this to tournaments and did quite well with it. So there is that. QR16 or 20. I mean, they're up here. These came out... actually, QR16 is going to be up here. Yeah. So, I mean, they're in like the previous sections, right? Because this is different things happened, right? This is all of the list since Scorching Flame Burst came out, which you can't really see that, but this here is Flame Burst. This is Scorching Flame Burst. So again, we do have previous data because these 2 tournaments were after Evolving Rising Heart, but before the... I guess I could move these over, make it a bit easier. Post skill and ban list. And then we'll move this over as well, so you can see. So these are the changes basically since the new sets come out. Right? That's the logic. Okay, really? Only so few tourneys since the release? Yeah, I mean, it's only been about a week since Scorching Flame Burst came out. Last night I faced someone using my exact list when I went undefeated in that tournament, and now I'm getting shout out by a streamer man. I mean, yeah, it's... let's be honest, right? Dawn Dino is a deck that when it came out, or as soon as the 7th Dawn skill got leaked, in my reaction video, I said, dinosaurs. This could be a really cool thing, dinosaurs. I didn't expect it to actually, like, do quite as well as it did. I think the main reason it's been doing quite so well is because of having high defense monsters. So many people have just been on Shield and Sword and Sword and Shield to just cripple these 0 defense boss monster decks. And Dawn Dino goes, I don't have 0 defense, I know what you're talking about. So I think that's why it's been doing quite well, personally. I guess the last deck we kind of really want to talk about, other than rearranging this in a minute, is going to be the Semi-Ruler deck. Semi-Ruler is garbage. It is straight garbage. It is so unbelievably bad that I don't think I could even put this in high potential. I don't see a world in which Semi-Ruler does literally anything. So he's going to live down there, and he's going to be happy about it. He's just going to have to deal with that. There's not really much to say about this deck. I don't think it's good. I don't think it'll ever be good. The skill would have to get a massive buff for it to do anything. The skill won't even let you play chairs with it. So we'll have to see if a chair skill will let you use Semi-Ruler in that. Probably not, because that's just how Konami does things. So I don't know. Not feeling much about that. So let's talk about some of these potential decks and see where we will put them. So first off, I think I'm quite happy with these. Again, I think this could be here or here. I think that's maybe up for debate. I'm quite happy to leave it up here, though. As for the rest of these, without seeing any tournament results, it's hard to place them. But I think I would put 7's Axel Road in Tier 2. Hell Tuning Invasion is probably going to be either Tier 2 or Tier 3. I think Thunder is also probably like low Tier 2 or high Tier 3. I think that's kind of it. That's the only things I would move around. Thunder Potential, time to report the stream. Now, so again, our first initial build of this was just based on raw data, right? So Thunder in the last week has not been topping in any major events. Therefore, it has a grand total of, down here, if you see in this graph, or chart. No, graph is great. You can see that it has, it's not even that, is it? It's a table. I'm just an idiot. It has 0 representation, so we have nothing to go by. So now we're deciding where we want to move things based on, it hasn't seen play, but it doesn't mean it's bad, right? And I think these are kind of where I like to have this. I don't really know about Hell Tuning Evasion. I've played against it a little bit. I haven't really tested it myself, but it doesn't seem like it's terrible. I was joking. Listen, Gonchi, we take these tier lists very seriously. But yeah, I think I quite like this. I don't know, does anyone in chat have any opinion on it? Won first place in the last point battle, not bad. So again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Gotchi, but point battles are not represented here, and that is because of a couple of things. One, a point battle is not necessarily representative of what is the best deck. It generally shows a lot of, like, does your deck win very quickly versus does it win very slowly. Point battles also, you can get locked against one opponent. If that opponent is a bit easier to defeat than some of the harder opponents in the tournament that are getting matched against each other, you can also get a lot of free wins via that. And then when you do the top cut, it also is a bit all up in the air because you can swap to whatever deck you want in the top cut, which is why we had 2 Rider Cross lists in the last point battle. So I don't rate the results of point battles pretty much at all, and they are definitely not going anywhere near my data set. But I do understand that both of these decks did quite well in that point battle, and that they should have some bearing on the tier list, but I'm not putting them in my data when it just feels like it's irrelevant, right? Thunder hasn't topped yet, but it has a lot of potential with its skill plus the level 4 monster that mills the special summon when it goes second. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think Thunder's a bad deck, which is why I'm putting it in tier 2. I don't think it's necessarily up here with the big boys. I think that Thunder is maybe a little bit boring, and it's not shiny and new. I think that's the problem Thunder has right now, is people just aren't playing it because it's not one of the newer decks. And again, this is only week 1, right? We will see things kind of spread out a little bit as we go forward, I would think. Is that Dragius Resonance? So Resonance is up here. This is Dragonic Slayer and Bunker Strike together. This is just aggro. That's all this Dragius represents. So that means Ancient Forces is Rogue. Well, Rogue is down here, right? Ancient Forces is in potential, right? It's not... I hesitate to put it up in any of these, but Ancient Forces was doing okay. Like, if we go back to here, we can see Ancient Forces did have 3 top 4s, 5 top 8s, and was doing okay. Like, we can see it here on the pie chart, and then over here as well. Like, it wasn't doing bad. But since the skill and ban list changes, and then the release of Scorching Flame Burst, it hasn't done anything, right? So I'm hesitant to completely take it off the list, but there is potential for there, right? I don't know. I haven't really looked too much at Rush meta after the ban list. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough as well. Again, this is just a week 1 list, right? Points battle aren't a test of deck power, it's a test of matchup knowledge. Changing your deck to suit your opponents, etc. is not valid because you can change your deck to win the matchup, which you can't do in an actual tournament. Yeah, but basically that, right? I think I quite like this list. I think these are definitely the 4 best decks. I think then I would put these 2. I think these 2 are still fine. They're just not seeing much play at the moment. I think Hell Tuning Invasion as well has been written off as to being completely dead, but I still think this deck has legs. I don't want to like completely swear off it as saying it's just bad. Aggro is always going to be really good. Cyburst, again, is the king of being the worst best deck. And that is a title I think it will probably hold forever until we literally get the dark Cyburst stuff in the future. So there's that. Then all of these decks I think have potential to do something, but I'm not expecting them to. If these all could just stay as like a tier 4 and just live there forever, I think it'd be fine. And this is garbage. This is straight garbage. No one's ever going to do anything with this. It's poop. It's just bad. It's just bad. I think that's where I'd leave it. I think I'm quite happy with this list. If anyone in chat has anything specific that they think is really wrong here, feel free to speak up. And we'll go for it. We'll talk about it. But other than that, I think I'm quite happy with this. I think this is looking pretty spot on, at least from my perception. Yeah, I think I'm quite happy with this. Is Fairy the only rogue? Yeah. So, I mean, you could make an argument all of these are rogue, but we're not going to bother filling in all the rogue. This is the only new rogue. That's kind of where we're at right now. It's like Rider Crosses. Yeah, I'm not going to bother putting that on the list. Now I know what deck I should... Thanks for the tips. I mean, yeah, again, this is mostly just off of, like, raw data. So, again, it's less that I'm letting you know what I think is the best deck, and more statistically, Royal Rebels is the best deck. Statistically, Royal Rebels is the best deck, right? But the point battle Rider Cross games, listen, right? Rider Cross will always be the hero of our hearts, but he is not on the tier list. That's just how it goes. It loses... Magnum should be tier 2. It loses to most deck matchups unless it sacks Magnum. But the problem is, Manicist, it always sacks Magnum. That's the issue. And it's shown here. It got 2nd place. It got 3rd. It got 3rd. Like, it's doing... It's placing. Here we can see on the list. It's got 3 top 4s. No other deck has 3 top 4s other than Royal Rebels. It doesn't have any top 8s, there's that. But, like, we can see it down here on the pie charts. Look at the pie chart, Anarchist. Look at that, 25% of top 4s. But the point that I'll write a first game. Blah, blah, blah. Later, I off now. See you, Dragon. Thanks for hanging out. Really do appreciate it. What's the Dark Magician Magic Shuffle? Yes. This is Magician Shuffle. This is on here specifically because they did just get the Shock Dragon support. And Shock Dragon you can use with this deck to give your opponent's biggest monster minus 25. And that is okay. The biggest problem this deck's always had is its inability to clear 25s. Now it kind of has one. Is that good? I haven't tested it. I don't know. It seems okay. Yeah, but it has no wins. Yeah, but only 2 decks have wins. I think it deserves to be up here. Like, I don't like it being up here. Don't misunderstand me, Manicist. I don't like this deck. I don't want this deck here. But the data tells me it must be here. Like, I don't think we should only include winning decks up here, because I don't think that's representative of what a tier is. I mean, that's Magnum Wincon, so not really an excuse. It's more like... I feel like this deck doesn't deserve to be here, because it feels like it sacks wins more than it earns wins. But I don't think that means it shouldn't be in tier 1. It just means it feels like it's unjustly in tier 1. Does that make sense? Also, what about the Rogue Maximum Stalls? Oh, that is a point. That is a point. The Royal Rebel of tier 3 is the old skill. Someone's still using it. Yes. So I don't know, because we're currently in Adges. We'll wait until Adges are gone before we continue this discussion. But yeah, basically, this is the Hell Tuning Invasion skill. So it's still it's still fine, right? It's not great, but it's still fine. Actually, I think maybe we'll move this down a bit. Maybe we'll move this down to the bottom of tier 3. I think this deck is still playable. I think it's not good, quote unquote, right? Magnum Overlord and Royal Rebel are rivals. I mean, kinda. Because that would be new Rogue. The problem is that Maximum Stall deck is... It can win games if your opponent doesn't know what you're up to. That's the problem. If your opponent doesn't register, oh god, I'm against Stall, I need to play a certain way, they can just lose to that deck. So I think I would put that in like potential currently. I don't even think it's Rogue. I think that deck actually has potential, and I hate that it has potential. I think the Stall decks are super annoying, but the best it's done is breaking to top 16 and almost always ends with 0 points in our points battles. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, but I think there is something there, and I know a lot of Japanese players have started picking it up, so there is potential that Japanese players start finding the source with it, so we'll have to wait and see. I think the tier list is good. The only change I would do is Sevens tier 1 and Harpies tier 2. The problem is, Harpies is doing well, right? It's doing good, whereas right now, Sevens Road isn't seeing any play whatsoever. So until we start seeing people bringing it and playing it, I'm hesitant to put it any higher. And Harpies is a weird deck where when a good player gets the hand on Harpies, the deck is really, really good. When a bad player gets the hand on Harpies, the deck looks utterly garbage. So it's a weird one. Does it have an icon already? What, the Stall deck? No, we do not have the Stall deck on it. I'd have to like go and make one. I don't even know what I'd put on that icon. Stall did well because people didn't know how to counter it, but now it's got exposure, we know how to beat it. I think the thing is sometimes you'll be like, you'll have to wait until you're a few turns into the duel to work out you're against Stall. Because it's not always immediately obvious. Like, sometimes it will be. Sometimes it won't be. And at that point, if you've already invested too many resources, then it might already be too late. Like, it's a weird kind of system, right? Where you have... Because especially against, like, the Stall deck... I mean, for me personally, my way to beat it is to make sure I only have one monster on the field at a time and try to wait until your opponent commits to it. Either stall them out, and so they can't commit to it to kill you, or, because, you know, if they summon out the max, you out the max, they don't really have a win con after that. Or, you know, burn them to death if I'm playing a deck that can do that, right? So it's kind of a awkward one. And sometimes, again, if you've already invested too many cards, you can't now stall them out because you've used more cards than them, for example. Magnum Overlord is like a cheat. It can one-hit the opponent. Yeah, I would like to see the skill for Magnum Overlord get hit. I think that's what I want right now. I think, ideally, I would like cards to come out that can deal with it, but I think there aren't that many in the game. I think Magnum Overlord is in such a good spot because of 6,000 life points, because of 30-card decks, and because the skill lets you stack monsters. All three of those things are making this deck so much stronger than it was in the physical game, and I hate that. I don't like it at all. I just want this. I want it gone. That's what I want. The problem with sevens is that few people use it. Sora, Bisma, and I think we were the only ones who used it, and we won some tournaments. I mean, I've won 3 tournaments on sevens Axel Road, so you know I know the pain of being a sevens Axel Road player. Maybe if more people used it, they would have more tops. In tournaments, you have like 10 harpies and 3 sevens. I mean, yeah, but if it's not being played in tournaments, then it's not gonna get a particularly high spot, right? If it's secretly the best deck, then people should bring it and win with it, right? And then it would shoot up. That's kind of how I look at it anyway. If this like wins a tournament suddenly, I'll happily move it up, but we haven't seen it against the new decks because just people aren't using it. Where is Batterymen on my list? Fortunately, Batterymen are not going to be on this list. We'll get Magnet Warriors eventually, though. Just you wait. I could maybe try SAR if they reprint Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Yeah, I mean, that also does suck that you kind of really want 3 of it if you can. So what does Sevens Road XL do? Sevens Road XL basically lets you tutor out your Sevens Road Magician and gives a guy an extra 800 attack. So it basically wants to make a board that has a ton of attack, summon out a Tornado to flip one of your opponent's guys face up, ideally, so you can get through set 3 pass, and just smack your opponent for a ton of damage. In a way, it's very similar to what the Noodle deck does, except it has Torna, which can change battle positions. So, in some ways, it's better than Noodles. In other ways, it's worse than Noodles, right? It kind of depends how you look at it. No Batterymen. No Batterymen, unfortunately. They're not in Rush. If they come to Rush, they can be on the list. That's how it goes. Honestly, I feel like Sanctity is less important these days. It is, right? Because back then it was paired with Dragius and was really, really strong for that. But the Sevens Axel Road deck specifically does quite like it, and for the same reason it really likes the Sevens Road Mage, weakening your opponent's monsters by a ton and then getting to attack over them for just a ridiculous amount of damage is always going to be really, really strong. And that's just kind of where it is, right? If you're able to... Basically, the way that Sevens Axel Road works is you just want to smack your opponent for as much damage as possible, get them as low as possible, and then say, right, you're going to clean up my board on the crackback, but if you don't kill me, I'm going to kill you on my next push. That's how the deck works. So if you're able to get as much damage as possible using things like Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, using things like Talisman Accelerate, and using things like Sevens Road Mage, that's how you better guarantee the win, right? Also, back when Battle Traps were different, yes. To what we play now. Yeah, Battle Traps falling off is very disappointing because when Rush first came to Duel Links, we were in a situation where I think people felt the format was unga bunga because we had one Battle Trap and that Battle Trap was only really good against 1 or 2 decks. So we lacked defensive options. Then what Konami did in the Infinite Wisdom was they released Hell Tuning Invasion, which said all of your defensive options don't matter because I'm going to wipe your board anyway. And people went, that kind of sucks. Then, or I guess alongside that, we got skills such as Magnum Overlord, which the maximum, what's it called? Maximum Overload? Yeah, Maximum Overload. Weaken monsters by 800, which now, guess what? That 800 means that your Battle Trap is now crap. Thunder got the ability to weaken your monsters, which again, made your Battle Trap crap. Cyburst got the ability to weaken your monsters, which makes your Battle Traps crap. All of these decks can just attack through your Battle Traps and not care because their attack gets so high. The only ones that can't really, I guess, is Dawn Dino and Aggro. Every other deck here can just play around Battle Traps, and that feels so bad. We're back to, again, having very few defensive options, which doesn't feel great. We want defensive options. We just don't want defensive options to be ridiculous. We just want something to stop attacks. Ideally, something to stop this little git. That's what I would like. Sanctity fits in with so many skill limitations, and it's a debuff, it will always have a place. I don't know if it will always have a place, but for right now, for sure, it definitely will. What else are we looking at right now? If I can use my mouse wheel at all. What is the best free-to-play deck currently in Rush Duel? It's probably Harpies or Dragonic Resonance. Both of these decks are really, really good. So probably one of these two. Yuga is the only MC that has a cheat because he can cheat maximum forms many times. I mean, yeah, but that's just how it goes. Probably Harpies. I would agree for Thunder, not for Magnum. Magnum gets hit by battle traps because you are limited to 2100 attack. Yeah, but that isn't true because your 2100 attacker boosts his own attack up by a ton, generally to like 3000 plus, as well as the Magnum Overlord skill, or the, what's it called, Maximum Overload, weakens one of your opponent's monsters by 800. So if you summon, let's say, a 2000 attack monster because you're playing Ansler or Dark Magician Girl, for example, and you weaken your opponent's monster by 800, you can now almost guarantee clear it just by attacking it. Now, it doesn't work with 2500 attackers, but it still does kill a lot of things, right? Whereas before, you could use like a Curtain of Sparks, for example, to weaken a 2000 attacker to make it crash into 25. That now doesn't work. And especially with the rise of level 6 monsters, such as the Harpy Ladies, such as the Dinosaurs and Cerberus, such as, I guess in a weird way, the Fire Guardian. There's now a lot weaker monsters that you can just attack over with that 800 reduction. Thanks, we'll have to check Harpies. Maybe Magnum might be nerfed soon. Yeah, but Battle Traps never worked on SRM. All the other monsters except Magnum, Maximum Summon or SRM are caught by Battle Traps. But again, it depends, right? First off, most of the time, that deck is only going to be attacking with the 7th Robe Edition or the Magnum Overlord. Like, that's just how the deck works, right? A lot of the time, you'll stall it out until you get to that stage. As well as, if you are summoning, like, for example, the Tawna, you're going to weaken one of your opponent's monsters by 800. Chances are, whatever you've reduced by the 800, their Battle Trap isn't going to make a big difference. If you're weakening, like, a 2500 attacker, it doesn't matter anyway. You're not going to clear it regardless. But if you weaken, like, a 2000 attack monster with that 800, it now goes down to, what, 1200? And then you're 1600 attacks into it, and then even with a barrier, you still trade. So, like, it still doesn't work out. Like, it still... Battle Traps still don't really affect this deck. Like, and if it does affect it, then your opponent's played wrong, right? Because of the whole skill attack buff debuff, it will mean that we have a whole slew of cards that will release and most likely be dead on release. Because, yeah, that'll work, but not well enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Because we have so many attack boosts and decreases attached to skills, a lot of the defensive options just in the entire game are going to be diminished, which is a bit disappointing. Who is the character that uses Harpies? There is not a character that uses Harpies. They're entirely just a characterless deck. They've never been in the anime. Hornet is basically a 2400 attack monster with the skill. There are so many 500 battle traps. There are so many 500 attack battle traps. Is that even true? There's Curtain of Sparks. There's... What other 500 attack battle traps are there? I'm trying to think. There's 3. What are the other 2? And also, I would also not say that 3 is so many. Let's get the thing up. Let's take a look. The machine one. Yes, the machine slash thunder one. The one that nobody plays. I should also add. Get this up. Curtain, Thunder, Spark. Oh, and the psychic one. Ah, so we're saying, again, I don't want to come across. Why am I copying the deck? I don't want to come across as like a dick. I just want to like get my. Why are we copying decks? Stop copying decks. I just want to get the point across. This is my current noodle list, by the way. Still need to test it out, but this is kind of what I'm working with at the moment. So there's Curtain of Sparks, which basically doesn't see play, but like, you know, is the best of them. I don't know. I guess you could make an argument that Thunder Spark's better, but again, also just basically doesn't see play. You see this as maybe a one-off. And then there's Severing Psychic Wall, which just doesn't see play. So like, I don't know, it's a bit awkward. You have one for Mage's Thunder, Machine, Psychic. There's also Pigeon. Counter Pigeons, actually, saying that, Counter Pigeons is actually a card that sees play. This card actually does see quite a lot of play. Which is, to be fair, a card you have to play around. And yes, by that card, yeah, Magnum Overlord doesn't play around that particularly well. And yeah, I'll give you that. But other than that, I'm still quite confident to say that you know, Magnum Overlord doesn't really care about battle traps. I think, if anything, Dawn Dino is the deck that struggles against battle traps the most. But, you know, why would you play battle traps to stop this one card? It's awkward. It's very awkward. Oh, but we have already been streaming for 45 minutes longer than we were expecting to. So, we are probably going to be calling it there. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. Is anyone doing any rush stuff? Not really seeing any rush stuff. We've got Portuguese. I mean, we could raid. I want to raid someone who's English, though, ideally, just because I'm sure most of you don't speak Portuguese. I'm sure some of you do, but the most relevant of those three, ironically, is the psychic one because it boosts your monster rather than reduces theirs. I mean, there's that. If they were ever played, yeah, I think we're just not gonna bother with it here. There's not seem to be many. Oh, actually, saying that. We'll raid this guy. Don't know this guy. Sure, they're lovely. But that is going to be the end of the stream. We're also going to go and see if our stream ending screen is working, which it is not. But we'll just leave it on this. We're just going to chat for a bit anyway. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the tier list. Thanks for just being awesome. We will be back again on Thursday, where we will be playing in a tournament. We will be playing in the next Angel Cup. So I hope that people will come, they watch that, and we'll be having a great time. Bye, Tomato. See you in the cog climb tomorrow. Ooh, I don't know if we'll be climbing tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be kind of a busy day for me, but we will be climbing at least for a little bit on Thursday, and then jumping into the Angel Cup if that ends up happening. I'll probably post that in the Discord, so if anyone wants to enter the Angel Cup as well, you know, join the Discord. And then you'll be able to see it in there. There's the Discord link if anyone needs it. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Tomadosaurus just traded with 25 viewers.
Thank you for the raid, Tomatosaurus. Thank you, thank you. Have you